It tells me I'm live. So I guess that means the show started. What's up, guys? This is Monkey in the Morning. I am your host, the Ranting Monkey. And that's been a couple of days. I took a couple of days off. Things are just weird around here. Everything's fine, nothing to worry about, but just kind of weird. And I needed some decompression time. And that's what I did. But we're back, and oh my, the world has changed. I have so much shit to talk about. So much. Jimmy Kimmel lost his show, which, well, technically he didn't lose his show. Technically, he still has his show. He just, they're not going to air it. It has been, how do they put it? It's on hiatus indefinitely. Now, a lot of people hear the word indefinitely and think that that means, hey, it's never coming back. And that's not what indefinite means. Indefinite means there's no time frame. So it could be a week, it could be a year, it could be forever. Now, most of the time we hear indefinitely, it does mean, or does turn out to mean forever, but they could decide in a month or two that it's blown over enough. Now, I know a lot of people are cheering this, and I understand why. Jimmy Kimmel is a shitbag leftist liar who has not done anything to garner sympathy from me in this case. That being said, I don't like what happened here. I don't like, allegedly he's furious. Yeah, I just saw a mention of that. What's up, Jack?
How's it going?
Not too bad. Just getting ready to get into the Kimmel stuff. How you been, man?
Been better, been worse. Usual bullshit. How about yourself?
Not horrible. We'll talk about it after the show.
Okay.
But let's get into the Kimmel stuff, because I get people are cheering. I absolutely understand why, but I can't get on board. I can't get on board because of how it went down. So, is this the clip? The clip. This is what he said that got him in trouble.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between.
Yeah, it was the right who was desperate to turn it into anything but one of them, Jimmy.
Always reflect what you're doing as what your opposition is doing.
Yeah. Even after it came out who this kid is, the left still was trying to pay. No, he's got MAGA parents.
Yeah. Believe me, my Facebook has been lit up with this bullshit. And as I said to somebody before they unfriended me, yes, because there's a large contingent of conservatives that are homosexual furry fuckers
who enjoy kitty porn. Let's not forget that part of what we found out about this little shitbag.
Yeah, did you read that article I sent you?
I did. I absolutely did.
Wow.
Yeah, was that the Daily Mail that was reporting that?
Yeah, pretty fucking crazy.
They were looking at some of the accounts he followed, which included somebody who drew furry child porn.
Yeah, because it's
not just furry child porn. Furry, this is going to sound weird because we're talking about children, but furry child rape. And the difference that I'm using in that terminology there is that specifically the young animal was drugged in order for the other one to assault him.
Yeah, and he played a game called Furry Shades of Gay,
which apparently is a real game on Steam.
Yeah.
Totally sounds like a right winger to me.
Yeah, all this is streaming. It's like the furry Nazis. It's
yes,
incredibly right wing.
So this happened on Monday. Jimmy's statement there. Nothing happened on Tuesday, but today on Wednesday, I think we're still on Wednesday. Yeah. Chairman Carr of the FCC goes on to Benny Johnson's show and says that that these companies need to do something. If not, they're going to be looking at what they might be able to do at the FCC. And Travis Gardner, thank you. Kitty pictures and DMs. Wait, that sounds weird. I appreciate it, my friend. I will check those out. But so Chairman Carr says this on Benny Johnson's show, and then within hours, Nexstar comes out and says that they are going to be preempting Jimmy in their markets where they run ABC. And then ABC comes out and announces that they're going to take him off the air for an indeterminate time. And I can't get on board with that. Because if they had done this before the FCC said anything, if Nexstar came out and said, no, we're not doing him anymore, and ABC's like, yeah, we're not fucking with this guy anymore, cool. He's a shitbag and bringing your brand down. I understand cutting ties with him.
Mm-hmm.
But since it quite clearly comes after a threat from the FCC, they've taken what should have been a public backlash leading to this and turning it into government censorship.
Yeah, I do have a problem with that, but at the same time, we don't know what was going on behind the scenes at ABC, because Disney's already been sued multiple times by various people and organizations, most recently Donald Trump. So I think they were a little gun shy because they were probably already pretty close to this, and then Carr's statement, his veiled threat, really pushed them over the edge, and they're like, all right, yep, we're done.
Black Dynamite, thank you. So wait, the left created cancel culture, and then when the left gets canceled, they complain. Am I reading this right? Yeah, I mean, they do.
Yeah.
And well, the left, I do not base my actions on how they work. I said the same thing when conservatives got canceled this way. The government should not be involved in this.
Yeah, we're not saying it's not hypocritical of the left. We're saying it's still not right to flex governmental power this way, no matter if you agree with it or not.
This is basically the same shit that was happening to people over COVID or January 6th or anything you can point to that Republicans were told, you guys can't say that thing.
Yeah, the Tea Party.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been dozens of times that the left has done this kind of shit.
I don't have a problem with this shitbag losing his show for what he said. I have a problem with the government being involved with this shitbag losing his show for what he said.
Yeah. I mean, that's not unfair either. I think that's a pretty reasonable stance. I'm still
did you see Legal Mindset's video? I have not. While I don't agree with it, I still find it funny. Oh, believe me, I laughed my ass off when I saw this.
Yeah, Kimmel's a bad person, and worst of all, he's not funny.
There are a whole bunch of lefties who should have fuck all to say about this. They should not open their goddamn mouths lest lightning strike them dead where they stand for the hypocrisy.
Yeah, but that's the problem is they can't see their own hypocrisy.
Yep, they have no legs to stand on this one. However, conservatives who are cheering it on, you might want to back up, all right? Do not cheer on government censorship. The FCC should not have any ability. This came up in a comment, Jack. Somebody mentioned what the FCC does. The FCC was created for licensing because of the restricted amount of bands we had to broadcast over. It was never supposed to be so they could tell you what to say. It was never supposed to be so that they could take George Carlin's 7 words and put them into actual law. Their only thing was supposed to be to regulate the broadcast licenses so people weren't stepping on each other in different markets because there was such a limited band of frequency for people to use. It was an FCC chairman who decided he had the power to tell you what you can and cannot say on the air. That is not what their original charter is for. They're the government. They have no business telling us what we can and cannot say. Literally none. It is a direct violation of the First Amendment. But then the court was like, I mean, public interest, yeah, I guess. No, fuck them. They should not have the power they have as it is. And you will never get me on board with them using it that way. Sorry, Jack, my little FCC rant.
No, that's all right. I had to turn over my nuggets. So you're good. I was listening.
Yeah, the FCC was never supposed to have the power that they have.
Oh,
anyway.
No. Well, they also didn't anticipate the technology level going as far as it did to increase those bandwidths. So it was a stranglehold. And they had it for decades. And then cable comes out. And they were able to do more broadcast channels, UHF, all that. It changed the game. So, yeah, the FCC really has kind of run its course.
Yes, absolutely. So, the FCC controlling what can and can't be said is a direct violation of the First Amendment. It absolutely is.
Absolutely.
They are a government body, and the Congress. Now, the FCC is not Congress, and if you read it, it's like Congress shall make no rules abridging speech. Well, they did make the FCC, therefore they are a arm of them. Still,
yeah, they did it in a roundabout way, which is still wrong. If they want to hand out licenses for specific bandwidths in specific regions, that's fine, but they shouldn't be able to tell us what we can and can't say on TV.
Yes,
that is well beyond their purview.
I'm not going to shed any tears for Kimmel losing his show. Frankly, he's not funny, and I cannot believe that he's making any money for them when Colbert had a bigger audience and was losing money for CBS.
Yeah,
I don't even know. Hey, Dapperton, how you doing, my friend?
How's it going, Dapperton?
I don't know anybody who's ever used a clip in my time on social media of Jimmy Kimmel and being like, look how funny this guy is. Every clip I see, it's either them pointing out what a fucking hypocrite he is or showing how retarded he is.
Well, I mean, he could be both at the exact same time, too.
True.
And it just proves that the Man Show was only funny because of Adam Carolla. Like, all their jokes must have been written by Adam Carolla, that and the Trampoline Girls. Because Kimmel is just one of the least funny human beings on the planet.
I honestly don't know, and from what I've seen of Adam Carolla talking about it, it was a collaborative thing back then. But Jimmy goes full Hollywood and embraces the entirety of the left nonsense, and that'll suck the funny out of anybody.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, true. Real quick, thank you, Darth Mando. Since he's no longer a man, can he start a new show, The Bitch Show? Maybe all these fired and incompetent anchors and air quotes reporters, end quotes, can start their own network called Woke Nonsense Network. Or CNN. They already run all these channels. Most of these people are humorless twats, and they're not competent. So
true.
It's really embarrassing how bad they're screeching like petulant children over their own tactics being used against them. And I'm all for it. I think it's funny to watch them lose their fucking minds over, oh my God, how can you do this to us? Yeah, that's turnabout. I mean, I don't like the tactic, but I am going to laugh about it.
Okay, got a couple. Let me get these real fast. Dangerous, thank you. You know what my favorite attempted dunk by people on the left is? Watching all these morons laugh and say, haha, see, he must be a righty because he comes from an intact two-parent home. Burn? Yeah. And Takata, thank you. Takata, thank you. 5 days of the left saying that Trump and the right need to cool the temperature. Then Jimmy comes out and showed everyone that they're hypocrites. Well, in fairness to Jimmy, was that 5 days? He did it on Monday. So it might have only been 3 days, but I mean, to find their hypocrisy doesn't take much at all.
No, it's fucking ludicrous.
Real quick, one of my favorite things I've seen recently was, for those of you who didn't see it, Trump has declared Antifa a terrorist organization. Yes. About time.
No shit.
But
which is funny because that Seattle mayoral candidate is hired Antifa to be his security. Did you see that?
yeah. Well,
He just hired a terrorist organization.
fucking Wheeler was friends with him. You know what's even
Yeah.
funnier? CNN has run positive news stories about Antifa.
Yeah.
Which means technically now they can be investigated.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have a feeling the feds are going to be very busy. And all the dumb shit these clowns have done over the last 5 years is probably going to bite a lot of them in the ass. And anybody that's donated to them, ooh.
Yeah.
Well, I'd be real gun shy about that one if I was one of these rich backers.
You already have more morons coming out going, it's just an idea. The Krassensteins. I don't follow those idiots anymore, but damn, do they keep popping up in my feed.
Because they're a bunch of clout farmers. That's all they do is say controversial shit so they could get more money from Elon.
It's absolutely fucking amazing. Thank you, Michael. What exactly did Jimmy say? I played it a little bit ago, but just to reiterate, he said that the right spent the weekend trying to pretend that the guy who killed Charlie Kirk was not one of their own. Yeah. He does go on. We're not going to watch the rest of the clip. If anybody wants it, I suppose I could throw it into chat. No, I can't. I already closed it. Well, shit. You can find it all over the internet. Yeah, look, what he said wasn't violent. It was stupid. It was absolutely stupid. It was pointing the finger in the wrong direction. It was trying to claim some kind of fucking higher ground and besmirch the conservatives.
Yeah.
It was gross.
Lying.
Yeah, he was lying. It was gross and fuck him. And again, I would not be shocked if Nexstar had gotten a shit ton of complaints and the ABC had gotten a shit ton of complaints. But fuck them. Thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist $12. Did you see all the leftists say that Trump has no ability to designate domestic groups as terrorists? No, I did not. He absolutely does. That's who does it. The White House does that.
Yeah. Look, we're dealing with a lot of really stupid people here. And it's amazing how they don't not only do they not understand how their own government works, they don't understand that the stuff they did 5 years ago or 4 years ago or 6 months ago is going to be used against them. So they don't really have a lot of longevity in their thinking. That's probably why they don't believe in linear time, like slavery is real. Real quick. Thank you, Circus Zero. Says, hey, Jack. Hey, Cirque. How you doing, man?
Thank you, Circus Zero. Hey, Monkey, about to punch in. Keep me entertained. I will do my best, my friend. And thank you, Snubbirth. Doesn't matter if he was right or left. They cheered his actions all the same. Are you talking about the shooter?
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, this is Trump's comment on Antifa. I'm pleased to inform our many USA patriots that I'm designating Antifa a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster. I love that he still has to insult him.
And he does it in all caps.
Yes. As a major terrorist organization, I will be also strongly recommending that those funding Antifa be thoroughly investigated in accordance with the highest legal standard and practices. Thank you for your attention to this matter. No, thank you, Mr. President, for your attention to this matter, because this is long fucking overdue.
Yeah.
This shit should have at least happened in 2020. And frankly, it should have probably happened in 2016.
Yeah, but that wasn't going to happen. There's really no excuse for it not happening in 2020.
No, none.
But again, that comes down to Trump being a little more gun shy and listening to too many shitty advisors, swamp creatures.
Yep. All right. I want to get on to our main story tonight, Jack, because this just, well, actually, before we do that, we talked about Randy Pitchford the other day.
That's the guy from Borderlands, right?
Guy from Borderlands, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know my video games very well. For all I know, he could have been a sports guy.
Since then, I have seen my name all over the gaming press.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive how many videos you've appeared in.
The only one who didn't show my tweet of the videos that I saw was Penguin Zero. Thanks, Dick.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie. Jeez.
And in fairness, my comment there, I mean, other than to show that I wasn't really being a dick or anything to him, is unimportant to what he said. But every other thing is shown. I've been in PC Gamer magazine and just everywhere. And I appreciate everybody bringing them my attention. But you know how fucked my timeline is trying to read anything? Because people see those and then they go find his tweet and respond to it, which is a response to my tweet. So I see every fucking one of them.
But you got him to respond, and that response was critical to all of this story. So if you hadn't done that, you were the catalyst for him looking like a retard and an ass.
No. His DNA is what made him look like a retard. I just gave him a reason to show it to the rest of the world.
I still say he looks, with that picture everybody puts up of him with the long hair, he looks like Jim Sterling. As Jim Sterling looks now, which is what, Stephanie?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, I can't keep up with all these changes people make, but I still say he looks like that person, and they could be twinsies.
Thank you, Professor Chaos. Did you hear that the FBI under Biden was investigating Charlie and Turning Point USA, trying to find anything to put Charlie in prison for? No, but if that turns out to be true, I will not be at all shocked by it. I mean, this is an FBI that was going to go hang out in Catholic churches because there might be some violence there.
Yeah, not at mosques or anywhere.
Rose City Antifa, thank you. Hi, Monk. We were founded in 2007 in Portland. We've had multiple featured CNN interviews on location. We organize direct action events, put out newsletters, have riot gear uniforms, and sell merch globally. Most importantly, we're just an idea. Indeed. No, Antifa, I wanted to use that to put us into the next set of stories because there's some scared people in this country right now. There's some people who've been openly shitbags who are starting to tremble a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is the people associated with Antifa. The other is our good friend Hasan Piker. Whoops. Sorry for the British people. I just said a slur. Hasan
is England. Fuck those clowns.
Hasan is scared, y'all. He's scared, and I think that we could see him banned in the next 3 weeks.
If we did, it would be temporary.
At least long enough to get past October 8th. And you might go, why October 8th? Ha ha ha. Well,
it's a secret. You're not allowed to know, people.
James Comer, I do love that it's October 8th, the day after October 7th. It's kind of funny. I'm just saying. Because a lot of the horrible things that Hasan says, he hides behind. They're just oppressed Gazans. Why there's a genocide going on.
Now, to be fair, it'll be funnier if he gets banned on the 7th.
It would be, but I think that Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch, he's got to separate himself now. For those of you who don't know, James Comer, the head of the House Oversight Committee, called the CEOs of Reddit, Twitch, Steam, and Discord to come testify before his committee. The purpose of it is to discuss how online hate is treated on those platforms. And frankly, yes, Faithless, the reason Steam has been called is because most of what we know about the shooter comes from his Steam profile. His other, whatever else he had has been wiped all over, but people were able to track him down on Steam. Like the stuff coming out about him liking furry child porn. That came from his Steam profile. His little trans girlfriend came from his Steam profile. So they're looking into how Steam reacts to such stuff. And my worry with this is that because it's those four things, some of our Congress members will be more interested in video games rather than people like this shitbag here. Never knew Steam was a dating app. Lots of people actually use the social media aspects of Steam. I am not one of them. If you follow me on Steam, we'll probably never interact, guys. I don't care if people follow me, and I'll follow back, but I'm never on Steam. If I'm on Steam playing a game, my social media part of it is turned off. I'm not even hiding. It is actually off.
Dude, if you see me playing a game on Steam, somebody hacked my account because I haven't been on Steam in like 3 years.
I turn it on when, like, if me and Satsu are going to do something and we need a way to communicate, we typically do it through Steam, so I have to turn it on. Or if somebody tells me, hey, I sent you a message on Steam, like I got several cat pictures over on Steam.
Aww.
But otherwise, yeah, I frankly, it annoys me. No offense to people who've reached out to me, but if I'm in the middle of a fucking game and suddenly a message pops up in the corner like, hey, what are you doing? Like, one, I'm on Steam. You can see I'm playing a game. Why are you bothering me right now?
What the fuck do you think I'm doing?
It's one thing. I understand why people like it, but when I'm gaming, that's my time unless I'm in a multiplayer game.
Real quick, let me grab a couple things here. Thank you, Okie Native. So in more important news, I paid a guy $60 for half a long box of mostly 90s comics because I saw an Akira 38 and 2099 Manifest Destiny and a couple issues of New Mutants that I didn't recognize. Offhand, I'd say I might get a 7 grading for the 2099. That Manifest Destiny book is worth about $75. So if you get a 7 out of that, that's pretty solid, dude. That's a good investment. That one book, if you sold it, should pay for the entire box. So yeah, good haul. I'm a little jealous actually because I'm missing that book. Thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist donation. Much to my sadness, a lot of people deleted their tweets in support of Brian in the post I tagged you and Monkey in earlier. The one where Brian admits he's Antifa, the terrorist organization. Yep. Yeah, look, Brian Krassenstein is not what I would refer to as smart or competent. I would say he probably needs a handler.
Yeah, what's funny to me is that Trump announces that, he's designating this a terrorist organization, and this fucking retard, in his zeal to be relevant, is like, hey, I'm Antifa. You've had interactions with the FBI before. They should have thrown your ass in prison then. And now you're like, I'm part of this terrorist cell. Right. Fucking reject.
Do you think he has a mandatory handler that like monitors all his stuff, and somebody called him and was like, you delete that right now, you dumb fuck?
Well, he should. I don't think he does, but he absolutely should.
Yeah, there's engagement farming, and then there's just being stupid. Like, I don't get it, man.
I honest to God don't understand what he's thinking.
He doesn't think, dude.
Why can I not see several of my own tweets? That's weird.
That's a good question. I don't know.
Interesting. Okay, anyway. By the way, if I'm playing video games and you want my attention, it's actually easier to get me on Twitter because I usually check that routinely, which is weird because I could just be on Steam, but Steam it doesn't feel like a platform for that. I'm not much into like private messages. Even on Twitter, I mean, I get lots of messages and I'll answer them back, but I don't have like deep conversations in DMs. I will do that shit just on the platform itself. But anyway, because of the shooter being so active on Steam, because of Twitch promoting this asshole. Reddit also promoting this asshole. And Discord, we heard about look, there's a lot of people who don't understand what Discord is. Discord is basically user controlled. I mean, Discord does stick their fingers in it sometimes if something egregious comes up, but they're not really running the shit. So, I get why they're calling them all up there, and I am going to be glued to my TV if Clancy shows up.
Yeah. I do worry about government overreach on this one, but at the same time, a lot of these places don't seem to do anything to stop a lot of the shenanigans that go on over there.
Well, these are people that'll ban you. Literally, Tectone got a longer ban for calling Frogan fat than Hasan has gotten for anything ever.
Yeah, he's called for the death of a sitting senator.
Specifically called for the death of one, and then in response to another sitting senator, put up that gun that was used to kill Abe.
Yeah. And, he's just a bad person. And he should be scared because he's helped radicalize a lot of people. He's a terrible person who says terrible things and hangs out with terrorists. So, yeah, fuck this guy. He's got a right to say a lot of the stupid shit he says, but at the same time, he really dances on the line a lot, and he's crossed it more than a few times.
You need to kill him is not free speech.
Oh, God, no.
Sorry. Maybe if you were talking about a terrorist or you're talking about somebody who's been found guilty or suspected of, like the shooter, I think he needs to be killed judiciously. And that's not the same as that guy does stuff you don't like. You got to kill him. There is a line.
Yeah, and if you don't like it, that is the law in the U.S. You cannot incite violence. If you don't like it, call your congressman, have the laws changed. But as it stands, that is a call to action and is not free speech.
I don't think I brought up the clip where Hasan is watching Destiny's comments that we watched the other day, where Destiny said, "You got to make the right afraid." And it's funny because Hasan actually says, of course he's being insightful. And he doesn't mean insightful. He means, no, he says inciting. He's being inciting.
He meant like he's being a deep thinker.
No, he meant that he's inciting violence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Destiny was inciting violence right there.
And he says he agrees with him.
Of course he does.
Which is Hasan admitting that he's inciting violence.
Yeah, and he's fine with it because he's comfortable in his McMansion, counting us big piles of money, and he's never had to face any consequences. This man has really nothing to fear in life other than losing his platform. He'll still be rich. He'll still be an asshole. He'll still be a shitbag commie. But he's one of those champagne socialists with a big pile of cash.
We do need for a second to talk about Destiny because, oh my God. He puts up a tweet the other day after he's on the Piers Morgan broadcast and says that right-wingers got me banned off of Twitch, and a whole bunch of people who don't know who Destiny is or have only seen little clips of him were celebrating it. Yeah, you deserve it. It went so far that Jesse Waters did it on Fox News.
I admit that I forgot Destiny was banned off of Twitch. But he's over at Kick, and I get those two mixed up a lot.
He's been banned on Twitch since 2022, and he was banned by lefties for disagreeing with Keffels, and I forget his exact words. I don't think it was ban-worthy in my opinion, but I don't remember it, so But yeah, he's been banned for years.
He'll do anything to distract away from people remembering that he had CP on his hard drive.
And that's what bothers me. And this is something else that has not been brought up. I did bring it up on Twitch earlier. Not only does he have CP on his computer, He admitted to backing it up.
Yeah, at least once.
So he has CP and backups of CP on his computer.
Which technically is 2 crimes now, just so you guys know.
Yeah.
The feds are dicks about that. So,
yep, absolutely.
Real quick. Thank you, Okie Native. I went there to buy Lego sets of the 90s Ninja Turtle action figures. That's funny because I just found one of those in the garage today. The guy must have just smoked some crack because he wanted $10 to $25 a figure. The whole complete set is worth maybe 30 to 50. Yeah, they just re-released those turtle figures. They did a what do they call it? A retro pack where you could they re-released the classic ones for the first 4 or 5 waves of turtle figures. So you could have bought them in the store for $10, brand new with all the gear and everything. That's ridiculous. But you got him on the comics, so good haul there, dude.
Where are we? Can't believe how many people I knew fell for that shit. But then I realized a lot of them didn't know, barely know, or ignore Destiny. So not a bad thing altogether. Except for now we can point at it and go, look at all these people who don't even know what they're talking about. Look how I tricked them. They're easily tricked, guys. It is a win for Destiny, whether people want it or not. I mean, it's a PR win for them.
Yeah, it's kind of a minor one.
Unless, the leftist media is on your side and they're looking for every little reason to talk about how reactionary and stupid right-wingers are.
That's fair. But hopefully he'll get looked at for all the... I bet he's got other videos that are at best questionable.
Sorry, my thing just blinked out for a second.
That's what she said.
Destiny keeps us up. You'll have trouble getting a girlfriend. No, because there's always, Ralph got a girlfriend after he, treated that other chick like shit and released child porn or revenge porn.
Yeah, look, if you have money or they think you have money, you'll get a girlfriend.
Yep. Anyway, I don't remember which clips of Hasan I pulled up.
Do you think everything he said is covered by free speech? Yes, I do.
I disagree, especially when he's about to tell us that it's incitement. Because what he's talking about, this is the part of the Destiny clip. I wasn't sure if I pulled this one up or not. But Destiny's saying you got to make right-wingers afraid to go in public. And he's saying that in regard to Charlie Kirk getting murdered. So the clear indication there is that you need to bring violence against the right. To shut them up. To get them to get Trump to turn down the rhetoric. You need to kill some more so they're afraid so we can turn down the rhetoric. There's not even, I can't call that thinking. I can't believe Lauren Southern touched Destiny's peen.
Ugh, God, yeah. Gross.
Look, Lauren Southern is not a smart woman.
If I knew she was going to go for the rock bottom manlets, I'd have tried to hit that.
Lauren Southern is just a prettier pearl. She repeated what other people said and got famous for doing so because she was a cute girl. That's it. That's not my internet. That's him sitting. This is his insightful commentary. That long, ridiculous pause.
No, the most insightful commentary this ass clown has is when you just have the chair.
I do.
Speak.
Not the death threats against you, though. What do you mean? No, ultimately, I think like everything that Destiny is trying to say here is obviously very clearly everything that he's saying here is incisive deliberately. But what he's very clearly trying to say is that like Donald Trump needs to fucking lower the temperature. Okay, that's what he's trying to say. Is it?
No, that's not all he's trying to say. He's saying you need to make people afraid and blaming Trump for the incisive, is that what he said? Rhetoric.
Yes.
It is amazing to me that they can watch this. You can watch him say you need to make right wingers afraid. Jack, how would you make them afraid?
With violence, Monkey.
With violence.
Also, incisive is not the word you want to use here. It's insightful.
Yes.
But Hasan doesn't look like much of a reader, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, he reads lots of books. He just doesn't know what the words mean.
Yeah, they'll have a golden spine and are put out for kids in the kids section. They're golden books for Hasan.
You're then want to blame Donald Trump for the rhetoric. This is the same thing the mainstream press has done since Donald came on the political scene in 2015.
Yeah.
Like he's so divisive. What did he say? Well, we're going to change what he said and tell you that so that you hate him.
He said stuff Bill Clinton said 30 years ago.
He said there were fine people on both sides. Don't look at the rest of the context.
So, yeah, context is not important.
So we have that little clip, and then where is the other one I wanted of him? Here it is. This is him. Well, we'll let Hasan tell us.
One of the last Elon retweets. Oh, he's still retweeting me. I thought he was going after Destiny now.
He is. This is before, as far as I know, before it comes out that Congress is going to be looking into Twitch and these guys. Just the notion that Elon has picked this up. Listen to how subdued this little prick is.
What happened? He's back to crying about me again. Nice, dude. Oh, there's nothing you can do, man. In this day and age, there is literally nothing you can do. If you got like a rich asshole who is
hot kettle,
genuinely obsessed.
And how's he genuinely
like twice? Come on.
Yeah, how's he genuinely upset? Because he retweeted the things that you said out of your own fucking mouth, you piece of shit. Thank you so much, Snubberth. Also, as Satsu pointed out on Twitter, Kimmel cheered on when Tucker got fired. That is true. Absolutely true.
If you got a rich asshole who's genuinely obsessed, there's actually nothing you can do about it.
Please tell us about the Jews.
Listen to the sadness in his voice. He feels it coming.
Yeah, good. Fuck this guy. He's an asshole.
This
don't
dude,
care what happens to him.
If he loses his platform on Twitch, there's nowhere else he can go.
He'd go to Cozy, hang out with Fuentes.
He could. He can go over to Kick. He's probably going to try to come here to YouTube. Good luck with that, sir.
Yeah. Real quick. Thank you, Keldrick. Hasan and Destiny have such a weird relationship. Sometimes they hate fuck, and sometimes they suck each other off. It's very symbiotic, Keldrick. Very complex relationship. Not a good one either. Not in a fun, complicated way, like in soap opera.
Hi, King Fenor. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, you're good.
Hi, King Fenor. Alpha Chad of Middle Earth. Thank you. Imagine if Hasan went to prison after passing the Brandenburg test for inciting violence. I mean, this is why I say I would not be surprised to see him get kicked off Twitch. Can you imagine going before Congress as Dan Clancy and saying that you don't support violence on your platform, and then them playing the clip of Hasan saying that the Speaker of the House should murder. I'm giving Hasan his best telling of this, that the Speaker of the House should murder Rick Scott over Medicaid.
Yeah. or the whole interview with the terrorist, or him calling for violence against Gila and half a dozen other people, all the veiled threats. I mean, you could just play Hasan clips, and that guy's gonna have no defense.
How Monkey Says for Norm makes me laugh at. I decided a long time ago that if I fuck up names, I'm just sticking with it. That way people know I'm talking to them. Ask Nuts. I mean,
yeah, we've kind of both accepted the situation. Everybody else probably should too. Thank you, Unit 731. Give me your commies. I'll have. You don't get anything with commies except an empty plate. And thank you, Hyman Lineman, for the feminist donation. I think that the right cancellation, getting people fired, is a good thing. The left have done this to us over the smallest things. Now it's their turn. They attacked us over free speech so many times in the past. It's wrong for us to feel good about this. You can feel good about these clowns getting their comeuppance, but I'm not going to partake in canceling people just because I think it's wrong. But yeah, I could see why people like the idea. It's just, I don't think it's a good tactic.
All right, I'm going to say some stuff that's going to offend some people. Go back to the election of 2024, the primary, and see how people in the Trump camp did this to people who supported, oh shit, what's his name? Guy down in Florida. DeSantis, thank you. If you think this is just going to be used for lefties, it's not. If you're not in the Puritan group, good luck to you. I mean, seriously, people really need to study the French Revolution.
Yeah, that's the problem with cancel culture is eventually you run out of one enemy, so you have to find another one to keep going.
Yep.
And it becomes a purity spiral.
This is not going to just be against the left. And that's before you even get to the left getting back in power and being like, well, you guys did it too, so I guess it's okay. Anyway, back to this Tard Boy. I just love how scared he sounds. You can hear it in his voice that he's like, oh shit.
Yeah, fuck him. Like I said, I don't endorse the tactic, but these guys, a lot of them, they're shitty people, so it's hard to feel bad for them. So I don't.
Toasted, thank you. Where were all these people during the Alex Jones case, cheering along? And again, look, there are people who have said some shit that is gross that I don't think should be canceled. This motherfucker has actually incited violence, and he shouldn't be on the platform by their own fucking rules.
Yeah, the rules they hold other people to are way, way lower.
I remember the DeSantis camp trying to play dirty against Trump, but what the fuck are you talking about? Go back to my timeline from the election. There's several examples.
Consistently hound you. Okay.
Oh, have you heard why he thinks Elon is obsessed with him?
Because he's so dashingly handsome and everybody's jealous of him?
No, it's much more specific than that. He'll tell us in a second.
Oh, God.
I just realized you might not know, and it made me so giddy to be the one to explain it to you.
You do realize this is why I send you those fucked up videos, right?
Okay, this is a chicken egg thing.
Fair point, but I have no memory of who started what, so I'm going to blame you.
Yeah, because you can't even be like, well, you had a show before I was ever on it. You used to send half the stories we covered.
Yeah. Well, turnabout's fair play, I suppose. But this is what we're talking about. It's a never-ending cycle.
It literally is a chicken egg. I don't know which one of us started it. But I like you trying to blame me, fucker.
You try to blame me too. Don't give me that.
I just me too'd him. All right, here we go. We've seen 2 clips now of Hasan, and half of each of the clip is just silence.
That's how long it takes him to put a thought together. I mean, in my head, when he's doing this, I hear Come and see the letter people. A, B, C, D, you and me. And he's trying to form a sentence in his brain because he's kind of dumb.
Yes, he's very dumb. I also do wonder if he was, in this case, trying really hard, like reminding himself, shit, everybody's paying attention and I better not say what I would normally say.
Oh, that's possible. I thought he was trying not to cry like a bitch.
Oh, I bet he did cry. Anyway. See, this is why I don't read chat. All of this is him looking for content from his chat. Like, maybe somebody will say something interesting since I can't.
I own an LCO. We in the community want peace. It's just crazy.
Compelling.
You have a dude's baby mama on the stream one time and she fucking says, "Why are you so buff? Is it necessary?" And then he just makes it his fucking life's mission.
Are you serious?
Not kidding at all.
Because he's so buff. Oh my god. Oh, fuck off, Hasan, you bitch. Oh my god. Also work on leg day, you pussy.
Grimes apparently went on his show and said that. Why are you so buff? Is it necessary? And Hasan hasn't been mentioned. I follow Elon. I see all of what he says. And for years, I've also followed Hasan. I've not seen until that clip that Tectones put or retweeted or however it got out. I don't really care. And him grabbing onto that. I've not seen Elon mention this piece of shit once.
I don't think he knew who Hasan was until the other day. You know what? Because the guy's busy working on running X, running SpaceX, doing Tesla shit, being filthy rich, and playing Diablo or whatever the fuck game he's on these days. He doesn't have time for this nonsense.
It's when I heard that that's why he thought Elon is obsessed, and one that Elon is obsessed with him. Where the fuck did that come from? Literally, to this guy, if you ever talk about him, you're obsessed.
Yeah, that's just not true.
I mean,
gross. First of all, if this dude looks so dirty and he looks smelly,
yeah,
and it's not because he's Turkish; it's because he looks like he doesn't shower.
And at least he did finally get his hair cut. I don't know why none of his friends cared enough to tell him he looked,
because all his friends are equally champagne socialist fly-by-night douchebags. As soon as he gets in trouble, they'll bandage ship and never talk to him again.
Everyone is obsessed with Hasan, obviously. Well, this is the thing. If you talk about lefties and you mention them more than once, it's like, you're obsessed. The other day when Matt Jarbo poked his little dumb head up, what did he say to me? Are you still obsessed with AOC?
We haven't talked about AOC in easily 6 months, I bet.
Yeah, but if you talk about something that's topical at the time and they don't like it, then you're obsessed with it.
Yeah, that's woman thinking. Let's be honest, because that's what you always hear about from women. Why are you obsessed with me? We're not. Some dude hit on you like once or twice, and why are you obsessed with me? It's the same mentality, and Hasan is a lot like a woman. He's probably very emotional. He preens and peacocks like a woman. I don't know. It's fucking ridiculous. The guy's a dipshit.
Now, this next part we weren't going to cover until I watched the whole segment. I was actually planning on maybe pulling up the Piers Morgan thing, and we still might because I have nowhere to be and all night to kill.
Nice.
I didn't wait. I slept 10 hours and woke up at 6 p.m. So I am well rested. The only time I woke up during that 10 hours is I keep a fan blowing on me.
Yeah.
And my arm came out and it was cold. So I had to wake up just to cover my arm back up and go back to sleep.
I wake up when the cat wants fed, which is like every 2 hours.
I haven't slept well in quite a while, and that felt nice. So I have all night to kill, and maybe I will right here. We'll see. But I was watching this, and this is the takeout. I know this guy. I can't remember his name. Shit, I don't care. Wait, Major Garrett. That's his name. Oh, that's right. I always remember his name because it's stupid.
It's on screen.
Not for them.
Yeah, it's on. No. It's right there. It says the takeout with Major Garrett right behind him.
Oh, begin with, and with my bad eyes, I can't read that.
I thought it was just a blue and red blur, man.
No, I see it down in the corner where it says it.
Oh, yeah,
behind our avatars. Yeah. Anyhow,
no, it's big sign right behind him.
Thought you'd be happy the Chargers are 2-0. Just real quick football talk. I'm glad the Chargers are 2-0, but after seeing how badly Kansas City played for the second week in a row and how the Chargers kind of struggled with the Raiders, I'm not as confident as I was coming out of week 1 that they're going to have a really good year. But any given Sunday kind of stuff. Couple more weeks, we'll see how for real they actually are. We'll see. Anyway, so Major Garrett here has James Comer on to talk about why he's calling these folks before Congress.
The chairman of that panel, Republican Congressman James Comer of Kentucky, about this and a lot more. Here's part of our conversation. Mr. Chairman, good to see you. Today, you called the CEOs of Reddit, Discord, Steam, and Twitch before the committee. What do you want to hear? And what role, if any, do you believe these 4 platforms play in elevating or giving visibility to rhetoric that leads to or inspires violence?
I want you to pay attention to the questions. Do you remember after the 2016 election when they were interviewing all the CEOs of Twitter and YouTube and well, they never did YouTube. They did Google itself. They'd call them up there and ask them these questions like, what responsibility? Just listen to the way he frames these questions. And there's other parts that we'll get to in a little bit that I want you to.
Can I just say Comer's a weird looking dude? Like he has like a Charlie Brown shaped head.
Comer looks like a really old little kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of creepy.
He looks like he went from 3 to 70. I don't know why.
He's one of those like babies that ages super fast.
Yes, but I mean, like he's not a very wrinkled guy. Even I know he's got makeup on for the camera stuff, but he doesn't look that old yet. Somehow still looks really old because he's got that baby face.
Yeah,
and he doesn't have baby face. He has toddler face.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, hey, real quick. Thank you, Tarkata. What's the point of Elon pointing out Hasan should be banned if he's still allowed to post on X? Ban worthy on Twitch, but not on X. Because he didn't violate X's rules like he did on Twitch.
Yeah,
that's my understanding.
Yeah, there's a couple of deals with that. I don't think right now Twitter has a policy of if you do something off platform, you can be punished for it. And Twitch absolutely does. It's been one of their most bullshit policies for a long time. And the shit that Hasan says on Twitch is in direct violation of their terms of service, where on Twitter, what he says, at least that I've seen, isn't. That's all.
Know that they are part of the problem, but we have a lot of questions, and several members of the Oversight Committee who are a lot more knowledgeable about those platforms than I was prior to the Charlie Kirk assassination. They've expressed concern that they would like to question them. There seems to be a pattern emerging from that's the form of communication of choice by some of the crimes, the high-profile crimes that have been committed lately, especially by the younger perpetrators.
That bothers me because he says what they're looking, because there's communication on these platforms where they communicate with each other to plan this kind of shit. Reddit, maybe. Discord, absolutely. Steam, apparently. But Twitch really doesn't have that kind of ability. I mean, The problem with Twitch is people like Hasan. It's not what people are hiding in the background. It's what's being pushed out there.
Yeah, I have a sneaking suspicion based on what he just said that this man has no idea what the hell these platforms do.
He doesn't. He has none. And this is what, hey, Congress, you guys are allowed to bring people up to ask questions. You guys do it with lawyers all the time. You can empower somebody else to ask questions for you. I'm not busy on the 8th. I am free on October 8th. Call me up there. And look, I have some questions for the CEO of Reddit. Discord and Steam, not so much. I mean, unless you're going to go through everybody's DMs constantly looking for the most horrible shit. And I don't know, maybe they should be, maybe they shouldn't. I'm way less concerned about that because he didn't get radicalized in DMs. You know what I mean? This wasn't, he got radicalized in a tiny group of people. This was openly stated. I mean, how many of these shitbag lefties have used open? How many members of Congress? AOC played fucking video games with Hasan.
Yeah.
How many of these assholes who use violent rhetoric have hobnobbed with you guys? Your colleagues up there being, he's such a good guy. And it's not like Hasan just started saying horrible shit yesterday. Alt-left pipeline. Yeah, this is one of the things that bothers me, Matt. If this was right-wing violence, Major Garrett wouldn't have been like, what do you hope to learn? He'd be like, how come this is propagated on these sites? And those are entirely different questions.
So we have a lot of questions about that. And hopefully sometimes, it's not, we don't have these hearings necessarily to grill or embarrass witnesses, but maybe to find solutions to the problems, because there are a lot of people that are.
If it's not to embarrass them, maybe I'm not available on October 8th. Because I have some pretty embarrassing questions for that shitbag Dan Clancy.
Yeah, I kind of can see this in my head right now. It's I just watched a movie that's related to what you just said too. It was Escape from the Planet of the Apes. You want to call a monkey up to talk to Congress?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. He's a talking monkey. What now? Just tell him your name's Cornelius. You'll be fine.
Yeah, no problem. I'm very concerned that the people that are going to be asking these questions aren't going to know what questions to ask. I've watched way too many congressional hearings, and anytime some kind of technology comes up, these guys are just clueless. Just clueless.
Yeah, because they're very out of touch, and most of them are way too old. Their kids are already adults. Even like Jim Jordan's aged out.
It's not media, it's radical teachers, Katie University, coupled with amoral parenting. No, the media is absolutely a part of that as well. Absolutely a part of it.
There is plenty of blame to go around.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking communists.
Concern that this pattern may be the because of some form of business model that they may have. Meaning,
see that you think it's. If you're talking about that with Hasan and it gets him viewers, so it's getting money to Dan Clancy, fine. But do you really think Discord is making money because this guy was jacking off with his furry girlfriend?
That's what I'm talking about. That he does not understand the technology even a little bit.
Yeah. A part, sure, not the reason. Well, actually, understatement. If you go by what we've learned about the guy so far, all of his radicalization comes out after he leaves school. He's abandoned his parents' teachings. Can't say that his parents were amoral, not from anything I've seen. All of it comes from after he leaves the places you were talking about. I'm not saying those places didn't have any kind of influence, especially when you're talking about college, but I mean, Mess says girlfriend. Well, it's a boyfriend, really, but they were trans. Luna, how come trans women never pick, like, my name is Clara.
Yeah, well, Clarabelle's a little too close,
It's like, my name's Chloe. It's Stardust. Yeah, fuck off.
It's drag queen syndrome, dude. Everybody's got to have this quirky, unique name. No, there's no like Susan,
Yeah, I've seen one Sarah, but most of the time it's, something stupid like I'm Wicker. Like,
yeah,
God,
like if you had actual dysphoria, then you're probably going to pick a normal name like Lana, Laura, Beth. It's not like I am Stardust Killmonger. Like, come on, dude. Stop it. You're embarrassing everyone.
If it's a trans girlfriend, it's a boyfriend. That is true.
If I understand you correctly, Mr. Chairman, some of your committee members fear or have come to believe that communications on these platforms feel to a younger cohort in our country less visible, and so they're more comfortable discussing things that they are maybe contemplating?
Well,
see, this is what I'm talking about with not getting it. Hasan Piker is saying this stuff out loud in public with no qualms about doing so.
Yep.
And like you think that they're having these conversations, and that's a problem. But what are you going to do? Make it? They could just text each other. Is it really important what platform they were using for DMing or for a private group?
Not really. I mean, it just goes to show how lazy and stupid young people are that they're using a lot of these ones that will back up all the information.
How about the fact that after Charlie Kirk is murdered, several media outlets went out there to ask Hasan Piker about it? They went out to ask him about the temperature, which I'm starting to hate that fucking term.
Yeah, it's a little overplayed.
But then again,
for them, it's top of mind.
The immediate from your colleagues over at MSNBC, the immediate press response was Kirk deserved it.
Yep.
Again, the pattern that this source of communication, this form of communication was used by in at least 3 of the last 4 high-profile crimes. And there are members that have concerns that there could be, some type of behavior.
Can somebody look it up for me? Is Marjorie Taylor Greene on the House Oversight Committee? Because I don't like Marjorie. I think she's a retard.
Yeah.
But if anybody's going to go after Hasan, it'll be her. And she'll do it while pointing out she played games with AOC, which would just make me laugh my ass off.
That's fair.
Yeah. One of the positives I will give Congress right now is that there are a couple of young people in there who are social media savvy and who I guarantee you know who Hasan is and who have seen the nonsense of him getting away with shit over there on Twitch.
Hopefully the others have some decently qualified interns.
Yeah.
Because, dear God, these people are really out of touch.
Green is on the Oversight Committee, according to Google. Oh, I'm definitely going to be there.
That might actually be pretty funny.
Look, guys, we're not gonna watch the full thing on the show, but depending on how it goes, we're gonna watch part of that. If Clancy shows up, if Clancy doesn't show up, I really don't give a shit, honestly. Because I mean, maybe with Reddit, but Reddit. I'm not gonna say they don't encourage this shit, Jack. I'm not gonna, but when it comes to the power that's wielded. Most of the stuff that goes viral on like Reddit, it happens because of creators on other platforms talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
So again, the underlying material, yeah, they let a lot of lefties get away with their violent rhetoric over there. But where does it pick up steam, and where is it so mass spread? Places like Twitch. I really do think it should be separate congressional hearings. I don't think that Gabe Newsom, or is that how you say his name? Newell of Steam, and Dan Clancy should be answering similar questions. Their platforms are entirely different.
Yeah, they are.
And this is what worries me about them having an old motherfucker like him. I'm an old motherfucker, but I'm born and raised gamer.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys, first time they heard of the internet might have been a year ago.
Right. But yeah, so I am worried that we're going to have just really stupid questions. I will give it to the Democrats when it came to the hearings about, Trump winning. Social media. That they dug in and found like the worst of the worst so they could ask about it and get their viral moments. And I'm hoping the Republicans do that here. Because I want to see the press try to get away with ignoring that shit.
They'll find a way. I don't have any faith in the press doing the right thing because they're a bunch of fucking scumbags. But there's always hope. I also don't think the Republicans are anything other than lazy. So I guess that's probably cancels itself out.
We'll see. We are in a new media landscape. The press is still trying to do it the old way, and they keep getting burned for it. So we'll see if they learn.
I hope you're right.
On the other hand, we're going to get hopefully some really good clips out of this of people like Clancy excusing the behavior that he's going to tell us he's so concerned about.
Yeah, that dude isn't concerned about it unless he's going to get in trouble. They'll probably have to subpoena him.
Evolve said, I trust Gabe dozens of times more than basically all politicians. That's fair. Anyway.
That could be either detected prior. I don't know how that would work, but they have some specific question. And then as far as, is there a reason that these criminals have started using that platform? Is there some type of, marketing or some type of lure that lures them in and maybe brings people together?
See, right there. It's just some type of marketing that, like, they're marketing Happy Meals to children.
Yeah.
It's just like 1980s thinking. That right there tells me this man has no qualification to be in charge of anything on that investigation at all. He should defer to someone else.
Well, it tells me he's been listening to Democrat rhetoric because that's their thing always. Nobody has ever smoked a cigarette because they just wanted to smoke a cigarette. They were tricked into it.
It was brainwashed.
That Joe Camel motherfucker made everybody smoke.
No, it was Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's always something other than people. I have been on Steam pretty much since the beginning. I've been on Reddit very, very little. I'm on Discord. Don't use it all that often. But I've been aware of all of these companies and followed what's gone on with them pretty closely, Jack. And I can't remember a single one of them putting out an ad that was like, hey, do you want to murder Charlie Kirk? Come hang out here and talk about it.
You want to talk about some murder, kids? Do you know where I could purchase some marijuana cigarettes?
But see, he goes to some kind of advertising. How about just what they do? Reddit lets lefties. Reddit is very much like Twitch when it just lets lefties get away with all kinds of shit.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're on the right, ooh, you said it was nice weather out today. That's clearly a sign that
it's a dog whistle.
Yeah, it's a dog whistle about how you like sunshine, which some group doesn't like. People with porphyria don't like it. So you're clearly a bigot. You got to go away now.
Why do you hate vampires?
So
porphyria nuts.
They're going into it with the wrong thinking.
Yeah, that's the problem I have with it. This guy has no concept. Is it marketing? Are they advertising to the kiddies? Ugh.
Can we do the Geraldo on Halo? My comments on that are on the last show. Geraldo's a retard and stuck in the 90s. It's from the video games. Fuck off.
I think when he got hit in the head with the chair from that Klansman, really knocked something loose up there.
Yeah.
That may not be planning things in the best interest of the American people.
Several administration officials have discussed crackdowns on what they have described in public. This includes the Vice President, J.D. Vance, leftist groups or non-governmental organizations that they contend do things to foment violence in our country of a political nature. Is the committee going to...
See, there's another one. Several people, including the Vice President, have said that the left does things to foment violence. Do you remember January 6th and what they were saying? This isn't how they question people. They didn't say, there's some people on the left who say that the right-wingers online are fomenting. No, they just came out and said, right-wingers online are fomenting hate. What are you going to do to stop it? Even the way that they ask their questions is so fucking dirty. Ugh.
to be involved in inquiries along those?
I don't know. It's been announced that the Department of Justice is looking into something along those lines.
This is where Hasan said, bring me my brown pants. You guys know that joke, right?
That's brown trouser time.
I know that there are several people, including Chip Roy, that have written a letter asking Speaker Johnson to form a select committee on that. But there's not been anything from our committee standpoint or from the leadership standpoint that's directed us on the Oversight Committee to do anything.
Do you share those concerns, and might you organize the committee in that direction?
Well, we know that there's a lot of funding of these Indivisible groups. You know, there are a lot of liberal groups. Four of the last 6 public events I had protesters outside, and they were part of an Indivisible group that's a subsidiary of a Soros-funded group. And you know, there's concern, I guess, among some. I'm not that worried about the protesters or the organized things, but you know, after the Kirk assassination, there's some members that feel, you know, are some of these left-wing groups trying to get members to go to things outside in public where they can be sitting ducks and things.
I just love that he's like, there's some members who are concerned that maybe the Soros people are kind of doing. It's a known thing, and it's been a known thing for and Garrett's face during this, like, I don't know what you're talking about, man. That's hey, what?
To be fair, I kind of have no idea what this clown's talking about either.
What he's trying to do is say that the questions that are coming about with the Justice Department, what he was asked in the previous question, are there members that are concerned that these groups exist and that they're basically paying assassins? And yeah, and it is a valid worry at this point. And he's trying, instead of just going out, I'm not actually concerned, he's trying to deflect for them. Look, if I'm somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Boebert, who else have they targeted? Pretty much those two. I am worried about going in public right now.
Oh yeah. As much as this is being celebrated, it's pretty scary out there for high-profile right-wingers.
Like that. I don't think that, but there are always.
You don't think that?
I don't think that, but I do think that there are a lot of NGOs that are being funded by left-wing groups that are creating havoc. I mean, they're trying to disrupt meetings. The protesters at my meeting in Paducah, Kentucky, when they left, when the crowd left, they were getting up in their face and things like that. So that's not, that crosses the line of free speech.
Meaning it becomes physical confrontation.
But neither of these two believe that that's an issue.
Yeah, look, I would be more happy about him dragging these people up there if I thought that he had any idea what the fuck was going on. But
right?
He clearly doesn't.
But as a baseline threshold matter, protest in this country, however it's funded, protected by the First Amendment, protected by the Oversight Committee, respect.
I want to go back and find out if Major Garrett ever said that about like the Proud Boys.
Probably.
If he ever said that it was just free speech and they should be allowed to do it because it's protected, I don't think he said that.
I doubt he ever said anything of the sort. But he probably did say that the Proud Boys were to blame for stuff.
Oh yeah.
And real quick, thank you, Frosted Glass. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You guys see the ABC reporter called the text between Kirk's killer and boyfriend touching? Yes. Did I send you that video, Monkey? Or did you see it?
I don't think I got that video. I saw several people talking about how this is a love story.
Oh my God, it was fucking disgusting. That's going to be the narrative here, I think. They're already trying to make him sympathetic. Yeah, pretty much. Also, if they question Hasan, please get his DMs. It'll be like reading flowers from for Algernon. Even better, flowers for Charlie. Remember that episode of It's Always Sunny?
I love that episode.
That is such a good episode.
Darth Mondo, thank you. As Adonis said, if they would kill Charlie for his comments / views, most of us are open game for them since most of us are much worse. Yeah, we've talked about that a few times. That if it was worth killing Charlie, it's definitely worth killing me and Jack.
Oh, yeah. Fuck. My left nut has more radical opinions than anything that Charlie Kirk ever espoused. Oh, find Jesus in peace. Really, dude?
The most radical shit they point to Charlie is like him quoting the Bible. Like,
well,
crazy bastard.
Yeah, but when words are violence, that's an attack. That's a religious attack. How dare you weaponize religion? Not free Palestine. Oh, wait.
But I really wanted to highlight this video because, again, Comer's not leaving me with much confidence here. But the way Garrett asked these questions, the way he's dumbfounded at even the idea that there's left-wing hate out there that might be being paid for by Soros groups, which has been going on for more than a decade now.
Yeah.
I know Occupy Wall Street was totally a grassroots thing. Absolutely.
Right.
Nobody there was a paid agitator.
You can't even do that without laughing.
Because it's fucking retarded to even think it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It as a form of political communication in this country.
It is, as long as there's no violence.
As long as there's no violence. That's an absolute benchmark for you in the committee.
Sure.
Okay. Yesterday, the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, said, or was a podcast utterance was put across the media in which...
Okay, I just want to put into perspective what we just watched. Now, I've seen the Bondi clip, and no, Bondi, shut up. But he goes, Bondi said, and then he has to stop and correct himself. It was put out on a podcast and disseminated because he's not going to say what she actually said. But now people have it in their mind that, well, this is what she said.
Yeah.
Monk, you've been much needed amusement this past week. Thank you, sir. Thank you for watching, Lindsay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I am sorry about the 2 days. I needed some time, guys. Personal shit, nothing horrible. I mean, some of it, but nothing to worry about, I guess is the way I should put it. So I do apologize for the last 2 days. Anyway.
She said, hate speech will be prosecuted. And there was tremendous blowback among conservatives saying that's not permissible in this country. Were you alarmed by those remarks?
Well, I don't know.
Here's a paraphrase of what she said. Are you alarmed by this thing that the media made up?
Like the way she worded it was stupid. It was ill-conceived, but it was ripe for taking out of context. But yeah, look, I don't think she's gonna prosecute hate speech. She's dumb, but she ain't that dumb.
Well, hate speech, the way it's prosecuted in the U.S. is to amplify other charges.
Yeah, it's an add-on.
Yeah.
Which I don't like. I don't like that at all. Hate speech isn't real. So, yeah, you can hate somebody and it should be a crime. You already have enough crimes to charge these clowns with.
We'll see what she actually said. Dangerous, thank you. So sick of figurative and sometimes literal. Arsonists telling right to turn down the temperature. After George Floyd, Trump released Healing Not Hatred and Twitter banned it. What do the left do? But see, this you're absolutely right, Dangerous. And this is one of the biggest. This is why I always tell you guys the press is the problem.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the left does, says, doesn't matter. All that matters is I always use the example of the Starbucks Christmas cup. Because one dude with no followers wrote a thing about how Starbucks was getting rid of their Christmas themed cups and it was horrible. They're like, religious fanatics go crazy. And it blew up into this story about how the Christians are out there boycotting not a single fucking person said anything about boycotting Starbucks over it. One guy. Meanwhile, in this case, with Charlie being killed, you have people after he's dead saying he deserves to die, including somebody on MSNBC. And they're like, it's only a couple of small accounts. It's not like an elected leader said it. It literally doesn't matter what the left does. They will find a way to excuse it. Doesn't matter what the right does. They will find a way to vilify it.
Yep.
Assassin of the Grey, thank you so much for that double feminist donation plus tip. Feminist $12 times 2 plus tip. These Maoists assassinated the diplomat of the right who wanted to talk. They realized some on the right have zero interest in talking with the left. Now they're afraid. I mean, Hasan's reaction is funny as shit. I think that dude is actually scared for his life right now. Don't worry, Hasan. You don't need to be. Nobody's going to kill your bitch ass.
Yeah, nobody really cares about you, Hasan. And you're a great recruitment tool for the right. So killing you is a waste of anything. First of all, waste of time because you're a retard. And everybody get in trouble. You don't hurt retards. That's just look bad.
Thank you so much, Dark Conservatarian. Let's hope my account works this time to donate. It did. Oh, look, there it is. Thanks for the surplus of content, guys. Sorry, it's been a while. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. Oh, you never have to apologize for not being able to see the show, man. We appreciate everybody when they can make it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's good to have you back. Yeah, you can always catch the replays. And if, God forbid, YouTube takes it down, it'll be on Rumble. So plenty of entertainment to be had.
Just share us with your friends, your family, and that bitch you hate.
Yeah, like, share, and subscribe. We're terrible at shilling.
We really are. It's all right. We got a great audience.
I'm going to learn from Hambly how to do it.
All right. So this is what...
Buy my coffee!
This is what Pam said. I don't know how well the audio quality is going to come through, so I'll be as quiet as I can be.
Be employed anywhere if you're going to say that. And employers, you have an obligation to get rid of people. You need to look at people who are saying horrible things, and they shouldn't be working with you. Businesses cannot discriminate. If you want to go in and print posters with Charlie's pictures on them for a vigil, you have to let them do that. We can prosecute you for that. I have Harmeet Dillon right now in our civil rights unit looking at that immediately, that Office Depot had done that. We're looking at that. Shouldn't be employed anywhere.
It doesn't get the other specific part of it. But notice she did not say she was prosecuting anybody for hate speech. She said she'd be prosecuting you for a civil rights violation. But that's not how it was put out there. Satsu says, somebody delete my Twitter. I've been on a rampage. Embrace it, my friend. This is going to be one of those times that people could take me directly out of context, but if you know, you know. Embrace your inner monkey, my friend. All right, so we can go back to Major Garrett here. So Bondi said this thing she didn't say. Do you agree with that?
Sometimes people say things and they don't come out the way they mean. Sometimes the media is taking them out of context. I think Pam Bondi, certainly it's a fair question to ask her what she meant by that. But I do think
she said it in there that, and look, do I think that rises to a civil rights violation? No. But that just shows Kirk was right about the Civil Rights Act. Just saying. The idea that refusing service, I mean, I'm not the one who embraces that. That's the left wing. That's been spitting a lot of truth. Yes, he has. His response to that Destiny thing, where Destiny was like, shit, people might pay attention to me having a lot of CP on my computer.
Right?
Retard. He puts out a picture of himself hiding behind a tree. It's a take on something Tectone did. But he's out in the woods, and Satcher said, I'd choose the bear.
Yeah, well, I think we all would.
Yeah. No, I'd still choose Destiny because I could beat the shit out of that little punk-ass bitch.
Yeah, but if you get caught with him, he probably has something of highly illegal on his person.
Yeah.
He's got a flash drive with something on it, I bet.
Yeah.
He didn't respond when I asked him if he was looking for his CP backups. So
he gets so shy about that topic.
I know he's not embarrassed by it because the dude's kind of a psycho, but yeah, he's just trying really hard to distract from that story. Not working, dude. A little oompa loompa.
All right, Sad. So if you do want to hang out, I didn't see you say, but somebody else said bring him on the show. It's in your DMs under the 2 cents plus handle. So if you want to, come hang out, my friend. Anyway, we still haven't gotten to the part that made me want to do this.
I think that there's a concern about the increased political temperature in America and
Okay, right leaners, stop using the left's rhetoric, okay? Just stop.
The result being more violence. Many of us believe that the majority of the last several mass shootings and high-profile crimes have been committed by people that are more on the liberal end of this political spectrum than conservative.
That's not something you believe. It is objectively true.
Also, way to downplay that.
Oh, Jesus. This is why I hate the Republicans, Jack. He's so worried that he's going to say something that's going to make Major Garrett get a splinter in his vagina. He's like, oh, there's some of us who believe like it's a fucking religion. No, it is objectively true. Now, he didn't say the last violence. He said the high profile. And it has been. It absolutely has been. Even that stabbing in North Carolina, we don't know that guy's politics. We do know that lefty politics had a man who had been arrested for violent crimes out of jail as a lefty political position.
14 times.
Now, some of the media would disagree with that, but I'm pretty confident, and I'll say that. I'm not just blaming the left. Both parties, both sides can share blame for
That's why I don't trust these guys. The GOP is stupid and lazy.
Yeah, he's going to get to the bottom of it, y'all. The both sides narrative is retarded. Because even when you can point to something, well, they said fight like hell. Yeah, a term that had been used in politics for decades, maybe even a century. And nobody killed each other over it. Even the left has made the right's rhetoric more violent. Not because the right has said anything different, but because they decided that was violent. Now, if they say something like punch them in the mouth, gut them and let their guts bleed all over the stage, that's all just rhetoric. Both sides, my ass. Fuck you, Comer. You pussy ass motherfucker.
Increased political rhetoric, but at the end of the day, I think.
And there are victims on both sides.
There are victims on both sides.
Minnesota legislature, Governor Shapiro in Pennsylvania, Speaker Pelosi's husband. I mean, there are victims on both
Absolutely.
sides.
Of course.
You acknowledge that?
Yeah, I do acknowledge that.
Okay.
Did they do any of this both sides shit back during the January 6th stuff? This is the one that pissed me off. This is what really, there are people on both sides. They didn't do any. How many news outlets did you see amplify the fact that a left-wing group had taken over Nancy Pelosi's office just the year before?
That serves a hate fact, unacceptable, and will be edited out.
And that everybody that was involved with it got a slap on the fucking hand. They did no jail time. They got like probation. But suddenly, both sides is really important to bring up.
Well, you see, those people were not white supremacists, Monkey.
It's very rare to find a Republican with both brains and balls. That is true. 100% Frosted.
Yeah, absolutely. They're pussies. If they would get some balls, they would get a lot more done. But they're not willing to do that because they fundraise off being victims and losers.
Bubba says, I hear you, Monk, but Orange Man bad. Indeed. Frank, thank you. Shapiro's a Democrat, but was still a left-wing attacker. Yes. But it's on both sides, don't you see?
Well, they're trying to say the Minnesota guy that wore that creepy mask is a right-winger, even though he worked for Tim Walz. And there's zero evidence of that. But they're more than willing to try and frame somebody as a right-winger because they're not quite up to being with Mao.
Well, when Scalise got shot, not a bit of the news talked about the shooter's politics.
No, because they knew he was a lefty.
Not one goddamn news source was out there like, this is a Bernie supporter. Bernie is bringing hate.
We should be surprised they covered that story at all.
Oh, I'm so fucking annoyed by our press, man. They are such degenerate shitbags.
I think
but when he got to that
point, evil.
When I got to that point, I'm like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. He wasn't, of course, because he's a shitbag lefty pretending to be an unbiased journalist. All right. Do I want to talk about that? I don't. Maybe. Yeah, we might as well. It's on my timeline.
By the way, did you watch Patel on Capitol Hill today?
No. I saw the part that you had tweeted out. But that's it. What's up, Satsu?
Hey, Satsu.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
What?
You have been very busy on Twitter, man.
Oh my God. Like I literally cannot make fun of anybody like putting up like 30 posts in a day. It's just like, get a fucking life, bro. Cause that's been me.
I feel judged.
Me too. 30. That's a light day.
Yeah, amateurs.
Dude. Oh my God. It's been a situation. In regards to what you guys were just talking about right before I came in, because I was kind of listening to somebody, I can't remember who, but they had just made a point that, have you guys noticed that every time it's our fault and we do something, it's our fault. And it's like, you guys are bad. You guys are doing this thing. But every time you can always tell when the Democrats are at fault, because now suddenly it's a both sides argument.
Mm-hmm. Every time. If they can't get away with just not talking about it, which believe me, if they could do that with the Kirk murder, they would have. Yeah. If they can't get away with not talking about it, then it has to be both sides.
Well, it starts out with not talking about it. Then it goes to it's the right wing's fault. And then it happens on both sides. Then, yeah, it happened, but it was a good thing. And then it goes back to it's the right wing's fault.
And the Jimmy Kimmel thing is really pissing me off because I didn't even have to, like, the clip came up, and it was very fortunate that it came up when I was just thinking about it. But he was talking about Tucker Carlson, and they was fucking celebrating on the show about him getting fired.
Oh, yeah. Darth Mondo, thank you. Stop forcing Satsu to say such horrendous things. Shut up.
By the
And
way, Monkey, you didn't send me my list of tweets for tomorrow.
I am still working on it, my friend.
Okay.
Yeah. Let the man rest. I know, Mondo. He's got to do unpaid labor for me. I'm becoming a Democrat, and he's black. It's got to be done.
I got a lot of angry black men stuff to do on Twitter.
Hey, Monk, will you update the links? Oh, never mind. You did it. Thank you.
All right. So the narrative is that Charlie Kirk, because he said that 4 specific black women didn't deserve their place, that they got it. And actually, he didn't even say that. What he said is they got in their place because of affirmative action. They're like, Charlie Kirk said black women take jobs from white men.
Let me just be clear. I got into Harvard only because of affirmative action.
Can't imagine why he said Joy Reid only got into Harvard through affirmative action.
Yeah, that's the only way she would have gotten to Harvard. She's stupid as shit.
They call him racist for pointing out what she admitted to publicly.
Yeah, it's not for race, it's for mental disability, I thought.
The other ones involved was Maxine Waters, Michelle Obama. Who's the fourth? I always forget the fourth.
Wasn't that Elizabeth Warren?
No, it was fuck, what's that dumb bitch's name? God damn it.
That's way too vague.
Hold on. Jasmine Crockett, I think.
Crockett. There you go.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, he literally just repeated what she said about herself to point out that the only reason she has her position, would she be on MSNBC if it wasn't for her Harvard time? Probably not.
To be fair, she's not on MSNBC anymore.
True.
Oh my God. The thing that kills me, though, is this just like, okay, so we see people who are getting hired through this DEI program, and it makes us question their ability to do it. And they're just like, how could you question their ability to do it? Of course, they were hired for their talents. And it's like, but they were hired through DEI. And they're like, well, yeah, we need DEI or else we never get hired. And I'm like, okay, so it's safe to assume that the only reason you have this job is through DEI. No, that's racist. That's ridiculous. Of course, we don't get the job because it's just DEI. So why do you need it? Why are you fighting for something, claiming that you need it to stay in place because you wouldn't have gotten the job otherwise? But you're also making the argument that you didn't get the job through DEI.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen the clip where he argues with the little white kid about DEI and what it means and what it does. There's a great video of Charlie Kirk. There's this little skinny fucking white kid with his face all covered because he doesn't want people to know who he is. God forbid.
Pussy.
Yeah. And he asked the kid to give his grade to a black woman that's standing there. And he's like, yeah, I'll give it to her. I'll just do it again. And he's like, no. You're not allowed to. And the kid is confused. He doesn't understand how that applies.
How does redistribution actually work?
Like, bruh. It's one of those bruh moments. All right. Do we want to I kind of do and I kind of don't. The Destiny on Piers Morgan thing?
Dude, I absolutely vote for that because he is such a fucking idiot.
Man,
he looked like such an asshole.
Did you hear one of the quotes that motherfucker said?
Which one?
The one that set me off the most. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
With all your tweets, that does not narrow anything down.
Hold on. Look, I told y'all I've been on a fucking Twitter rampage. Like, my wife came home and was like, bro, get away from the computer.
You're not my mom.
I'm just like, I'm behaving. She's like, no, you're not. Like, every time I look at you, you're typing up a post. I'm trying to find it. He basically said, and I want to find the quote so I don't get it wrong, but he essentially said that if you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, then Trump shouldn't have won another election.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit. And to be fair, Satsu, I have to tell you, you're getting a little older. You got to watch that blood pressure, dude.
True.
Oh, man.
And you're a black man, so you really got to worry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the diabetes. So you have to send all your candy at Halloween to Monkey. so he can eat it,
Jack,
'cause he
black
has a
people don't
holiday
get
thing.
diabetes; they get the sugars.
The sugars.
Oh, my
The
bad.
sugar.
My
Got
bad.
the sugar. I wish
Yeah,
I got
so-
the sugar instead of diabetes. It sounds much better.
My tweet was quote, if we didn't lose the election, we wouldn't have had to kill your friend is the most Destiny of Destiny takes I've ever heard.
Right?
It really is. He is such a garbage person. I don't say that lightly either, but that guy is either he is a sociopath or psychopath, or he is just the most despicable, vile human being on the planet. Maybe both.
Frank, thank you. I was in a multiple day Facebook argument over this topic. I was told he meant all black women, even though he named them and they say it themselves. They also claim they don't lower standards to get affirmative action. They're just as qualified. Frank, if you're still in that conversation, ask them why the dropout rate for the non-lowered standards is so fucking high.
Yeah. The funny part about it, and you guys know that I'm going to bring this up because I always have to, because it's always relevant, is it's just like, okay, these very specific people, here's my opinion on them. And they're like, wow, that's a weird thing to say about every black woman that's ever existed. And I'm just like, so y'all think black women are a monolith? Like, is that
Well,
what
they
you're
do.
saying?
Yeah,
You're saying that all black women are if you're talking about one black woman, then of course you mean all those monkeys, not just one of them, right? You of course mean all of them, clearly, because we know they're all the same. I'm just like, you don't understand that that's what you're saying right now? You really don't get that?
To be fair, I don't think they do delineate like that, because everything is collective with them. So it wouldn't surprise me if they actually are that stupid that they equate it as all black people, because that's how they see it.
Average
They're not
Joe-
subtle with their racism.
Average Joe says Pierce seems to be grifting off the death a little bit. I disagree. Look, I mean, part of the game is to talk about what is not just topical at the time, but controversial. Piers Morgan's show is basically what talk shows became after Geraldo gets hit in the face with the chair.
Yeah, he's like he's a political version of daytime Jerry Springer shows.
Yeah.
Who was the guy with the big mouth that had the giant head, looked vaguely like a wrinkly Rodney Dangerfield?
Morton Downey Jr.
Yeah.
I feel like Pierce Morgan is like British fucking Andy Worski.
That's not fair. I like Worski better.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, the idea, because wasn't it him who was like at the center of every fucking, like, every time two people was beefing, he was always like in the middle of it trying to set up a fucking a stream so they can duke it out? Or am I thinking it's
kind of, yeah,
a way to insert himself?
He was in the blood sports thing, but that is all also from the talk show era.
Mm-hmm.
So for those of you too young to remember, before the big incident with Geraldo, most talk shows, if they had somebody on controversial, it was very polite, and I disagree with you. So Geraldo has on a bunch of racists. They lose their fucking shit, start throwing stuff. Geraldo gets hit in the face. There's the famous picture of him with the broken nose and the bandage on it. And it's after that talk shows start trying to cultivate that. It's what you end up with Ricky Lake eventually. You eventually get Jerry Springer, and that does lead to what you're seeing Piers do. I saw somebody talking about how Piers brings on these people who say controversial stuff and then pretends that he's shocked by it and admonishes them. Well, yeah, that's the game. That way you get to be the better person and make them look like shit while tons of people come and see you.
I feel like if you're going to call anybody talking about this a grifter, then you pretty much might as well call everybody talking about it a grifter.
Oh, yeah.
At that point.
I get what you're saying, because he has gotten a lot of views off of this, but he's getting a lot of views because it's topical and people want to see it.
Oh,
he's
did
good
you guys
at
see
marketing.
the Babylon Bee post?
Which one?
It says the Babylon Bee is outraged to learn that Jimmy Kimmel was canceled just for being a MAGA Republican.
Nice. Yeah, again, I do not give a shit that he was canceled. I just don't like the way it was done. I don't like that the government was involved.
Yeah, and I think I pointed that out the last time I was talking about it. I was saying like Trump and a couple other Republicans have been saying some very suspect shit about free speech, and I'm just like on the floor level where we're all at, you know, because none of us have the authority to basically arrest other people because of their opinions or whatever. You can get fired, you can lose your job, somebody can beat your ass. Like there's all types of things that can happen, you know, on our level, you know, because we're just civilians, you know what I mean? But when government officials and stuff start coming in, because I think Trump was talking about something. He said he went somewhere to eat or something like that, and these people came up and they were like yelling something at him. I think he said like something like "Free Palestine," and he was like, "Oh, they should be arrested." I'm just like, no, nigga, no.
Yeah,
absolutely fucking not, Donald Trump.
By the way, it should be pointed out that Gaza was free until they decided to attack the Jews. Just saying. All right. Now, I have not watched any of this. Okay. I did see a little interaction between Anna and Destiny, and I stopped because I figured I'd do it on the show. I am jumping past the first 25 minutes because there's some dude I don't care about, and then Jack Posobiec, who I also don't care about. Dangerous, thank you. People admit they got in college from DEI, but then say, but they got all these awards while there. So you're saying they earned something at a college where people get given stuff they didn't earn? Yeah, kind of.
Real fast. Thank you, Unit 731, for the tip with no message. Dude, sorry, it didn't seem to bring a message through if you had one.
If they were just as qualified, why did they need the DEI? I mean, I guess these are really old women, so we're talking about, you know, going to college in the 60s. So maybe. But it's not the 60s anymore. Just saying. Anyway.
Erin, what was your immediate reaction when you heard about what had happened to Charlie Kirk and presumably at some stage saw the video?
Well, it started with absolute shock, followed by despair, followed by...
When does Destiny come in? Satsy, say something. Hang on.
Sorry, Squishy just got home.
No, you're fine. Hey, Squish, how you doing, sweetie?
That's Squishy. Get a lot of static off your butt.
When you mute a microphone that has gain turned up, when you unmute, it just starts looking for sound, so all the background noise gets picked up more. So you have to speak to get it turned down. That's all.
I had the AC. I had the AC turned off, and Squishy was like, "It's hot as fuck in here," so I just turned it back on.
Do we need where does Destiny come in? Because isn't that where all the shit happens? There we go.
Yeah, I just popped in for a bit.
Let's jump up here because, look, I do wonder if anybody was like, "Oh, did Colonel West rage quit?" Do I need to back up a little bit so we can see him get mad? I don't know why anybody listens to Colonel West. I'll be honest, that guy's a fucking retard. All right, so we'll pick up where they broke it right here. Piers pressures Cornell about what he finds Nazification. Oh, okay.
Nazis or the new fascists.
Hang on.
Who, as use of
Piers, it's okay to ask a short question, my friend.
No, he's British.
God damn. Okay, so there's the end of this exchange. And
let me bring in. I want to bring in Cornell West. I want to bring in Cornell West. I want to bring in Cornell. He's been waiting. Please let Cornell come in now. He's been waiting very patiently. Cornell, welcome back to.
Is it actually Cornell? I've always called him Colonel West.
It's Cornell.
Oh, I'm still calling him Colonel West.
He looked like a dust bunny.
He really
It'd be a lot better
does.
if he had like a white suit and a bolo tie. Then you could call him Colonel.
Does he live under the big comfy couch?
He looks like Phoebe when she's in my garage and going all around places I haven't dusted. All right.
Uncensored. where things are getting incendiary quite quickly. I think the overriding point I would make about the debate we've just been hearing between Andrew and Anna is that there is little doubt to me that the constant rhetoric on the left, the woke left, let me be specific to where I think a lot of the blame.
Stop. What part of the left isn't woke?
What, Fetterman? That's
even Fetterman is woke. There. I mean,
yeah, he's less woke.
Yeah.
But by the standards of some of these people, I mean,
this isn't like this separation from the alt-right and the right. I mean, show me the non-woke left people. I'm willing to learn.
There aren't any. No.
Well, the problem is Republicans and people on the right, they actually there's a lot of the rhetoric in the way that they talk and the way that they argue because they actually debate each other on the topics and stuff that they believe in, unlike the left, who are just yes men and they're just like fall in line, say yes to everything. There's a barrier, like there's an easy way to see like who's who, but the problem with the left is a majority of their base either they won't speak out against something because they don't want to say the wrong thing, or they just ignore it and pretend like it doesn't happen. So it ain't even about like the vocal minority. It's just like they're the only people talking. They're literally the only people that's talking. So when we have a reference to bring up, it's all we have because most of y'all are either silent or just pretending like it's not happening.
I'm trying to think of a policy though from the left. I mean, I guess if I was on the left, I wouldn't want to speak up either. Well, I would because I don't give a shit. But if I wanted to remain friends with people, I'd keep my mouth shut if I disagreed with them because we see what happens to them.
Yeah.
But that's tactically doing the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why it's so easy to generalize and paint a big picture because it's like we don't see anybody over there dissenting any of it.
No.
So it's like even and they'll behind closed doors, in secret, off camera, you know what I mean? But not publicly.
But as I said, if they do it publicly, then they are ostracized. They are kicked out of the church.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Lies. Ever since Donald Trump came into power in 2016, has been this relentless use of the phrases Hitler, Nazis, fascists about Trump and about Trump supporters. And the problem with constantly saying this as a group, as the woke left have done for 9 years now, is that eventually it permeates down to young impressionable minds who genuinely believe that it is their mission.
Hang on. Not just young impressionable minds. Half the people I see in this shit are like 60.
Yeah, I mean, old dum-dums too.
Yeah. So I get what he's getting at, but he's really minimizing a lot of stuff here, and it's starting to piss me off.
Well, you got to remember that Piers is a little wokey too. So he's going to minimize it because he's one of those people.
To stop America from being taken over by the new Nazis or the new fascists or the new Hitler. And that leads to the kind of thing we saw with Charlie Kirk. Do you agree that this language, this relentless, in my view, woeful misuse, particularly of the word Nazi towards Trump and his supporters, this is part of the problem?
Well, I think part of the deeper problem, though, Brother Pierce, is that the organized greed and weaponized hatred and routinized indifference toward the vulnerable has come together in such a way that it has eroded the sources of character formation, so that integrity, honesty, decency, and self-critical sensibilities of individuals and groups is more and more disappearing.
I mean, he's not wrong on that point. We used to raise our kids to be good people. But I mean, what caused what we're seeing? There was a time that you wouldn't. You wouldn't say, hey, I think that guy should be killed. And now it's like, of course he should die. You know what I mean?
I'm back.
You
Sorry
said
about
what caused this. I think I know. It was the Jews!
It was probably the Jews.
Isn't that what all the kids are talking about now?
I think my favorite clip that I've seen from this whole, celebrating death thing versus the getting fired thing is people are just like, hey, people are getting fired for saying things, and I think that's really wrong. And it's like, well, what did they say? They said, I think it's okay for you to die for your opinions.
Yeah.
And it's just like, wait a minute. Hold on. You're saying that it's wrong that people are getting fired for the things that they're saying. And the thing that they're saying is that it's okay for people to get killed for their words.
Yeah, because they're Nazis and fascists. So that makes it okay. See how the justification works? How dare you fire somebody for saying that awful people deserve to die?
Well, I think this is where West is kind of being a duplicitous shitbag here.
What?
Because part of what he's talking about, what West is describing there about the people losing their sense of integrity and stuff. I mean, for a decade, you've been calling a man a Nazi who mostly agrees with you politically. If you go back to when Donald Trump starts running for office, literally the stuff he was saying, other than they're sending rapists and murderers, which was true, is all stuff the left had said many, many, many times. There were even pro-wall people on the left. And then it's like, you're a Nazi.
Well, Hillary and Obama were both pro-wall and anti-immigration when they were running. Like, that was like a big part of their thing. And fucking Deporter Supreme is Obama. Like, that motherfucker was like,
he's still not. He got those numbers by changing what they considered deportation. They started counting people turned away at the border as being deported.
No, for real?
Yeah,
that's bullshit.
For 100%. Yes, absolutely. That's a true thing. Look it up. Anyway.
So will you end up with because hatred itself is promiscuous, just like greed, just like indifference toward the suffering of others. It's promiscuous. It will lie with the left, right, center. It lies with Christians. It lies with Muslims. It lies with Jews. It lies with Buddhists. It lies with Hindus. And human beings were so wretched in the first place. If we don't undergo some kind of spiritual and moral cultivation, we end up falling back on greed.
This is why you don't let academics talk.
Yeah, to be fair, I am pretty slutty with my hate.
I am too. I'm very slutty with my hate.
Yeah, my hatred is just sleeping around.
I'm a little picky about mine.
Hatred and indifference. And I mean, the American empire at this moment is one in which the lethal combination of the hatred.
Somehow he turned to question, hey, is calling people Nazis making it so people think it's okay to kill them, into the American empire?
Well, look, you always got to spin things, right? America bad. It's always their talking point.
The
and the greed. And
if I was Anna right now, I would be so pissed that this guy was brought on to represent the left.
Wait, I bet he blames white people somewhere in here. I didn't watch this whole segment.
The indifference generates very much the exchange that we just saw. You see, this brother right here says, well, all leftists want to see me dead. Well, I'm a leftist. I don't want to see you dead. I'm a Christian.
You call Trump's administration a neo-fascist movement, you lunatic.
Yeah, if you call, are you saying you don't want fascists dead?
Well, see, and that was one of my posts that I put up earlier where I was just like, hey, why are people so upset that I keep saying that I want to kill Nazis? And it's like, well, I don't think people are upset. Like, I think people generally don't like Nazis. And it's like, no. They keep getting really mad at me every time I say I want to kill Nazis. It's like, okay, well, who do you think Nazis are? It's like, well, literally anybody who disagrees with me.
Yes.
Of course. And it's just like, well, there's your problem.
Real quick, thank you, Frosted. What are you doing, Stepfuhrer? Stop it.
Yeah. All right, that was really funny.
The problem isn't with hating Nazis. It's with who they call Nazis.
Yeah, and it could be literally anybody. An old lady in a grocery store, it like the dude down the street, somebody who disagreed with them a couple years ago. It could be their dad because they brought their trans lover home and they were just like, huh. And they're like, oh, well, he's a Nazi now.
I mean, they scream at babies, for God's sake.
True story.
That clip pissed me off.
That should piss you off, especially as a parent.
Well, remember when they stole the hat from the little kid?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these are... Anyway.
Yeah, people have gone out
You're
of
absolutely
your way.
right.
You have gone out of your way.
Let me make the case. Let me make the case. Let me make the case.
Oh, yeah,
Will you allow me to speak, brother? Come on, man.
You were just trying to make the case that, hey, I don't actually hate this guy, but you just agreed that he's a neo-fascist. Just because you call him brother doesn't mean you're being brotherly, shithead.
It just like they know, and the fucked up part is they know the impacts of the words. Like one of their favorite lines is just like, oh, the rhetoric that you say, you got to be careful with your words because people might blah blah blah. So it's like you know what you're doing. Like you specifically choose these terms on purpose because you're looking for some type of reaction. Like you want something to happen.
Allow me to correct you a little bit, if you don't mind. It's not okay for you to use that language, but they are your moral superiors because they are the sophisticated academics and learned crowd, sometimes empathic even. So they're allowed a different language entirely because when they say it, it's smarter and intellectual. They've analyzed it in ways that our tiny brains can't fathom because we're just dumb plebs.
Dangerous, thank you. Did you see the stats released just before the stream? Murder, which is already trying to skew the data, since 1975, also skewing, is mostly right-wing, excluding 9/11. Sounds very reliable, right? Well, again, if you don't even have to exclude 9/11 to go look at the way they do those stats. They get to decide what is and is not right or left-wing violence.
Yeah, they count Aryan Nation stabbings in prison.
Yeah.
And they count every single incident of charges that were brought up in January 6th. So that skews the stats horrifyingly right there.
Well, the fact that they start with it's murder. Okay, Steve Scalise wasn't murdered. I guess that's not left-wing violence.
No, it's not, technically, by their standard.
Yep.
They don't have any fucking standards, man.
No, these are disingenuous shitbags.
They actually have a standard, and it's just one standard. We will win. That's it. Everything else can be morphed to however they need it. And this is what I warned the right wing about. There actually are bad tactics. Anyway.
Hey, come on. No. You haven't made the case. If you think I've made the case, then you're not interested in dialogue.
You just said this brother over here said this.
You very.
If you think I've made the case, you're not interested in, or you're not listening to the dialogue. Huh?
What you talking about, Willis?
Well, I mean, you're not actually addressing what Piers asked you, or apparently what Andrew and Anna were arguing about. So maybe you should have used your first couple of minutes to actually address that, so he would know. Just a thought. So he was grandstanding. He wasn't grandstanding. He was say the word.
Obfuscating.
Obfuscating. Fuck, I hate that word. He was distracting. Notice he didn't come close to answering the question at all, because there is no good answer for that question. There is no good answer from a side that's telling you, hey, fight like hell means beat people to death. When it's like, no, but calling somebody a Nazi, that's not actually encouraging any violence. What are you talking about? What? Just because we said punch all Nazis just a few years ago, that doesn't mean we're encouraging violence.
What? That's crazy talk.
They have literally called Trump Hitler, not just literally called him that. And apparently don't want him dead because they're real big fans of Hitler.
Yep. And they use rewriting history as their tactic every time, just like the free speech stuff right now. 10 straight years. Dude, being called, remember back, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, where being called a free speech advocate was like a negative thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like they used it as a pejorative. Like
they even had a term for it, free speech.
Yeah.
And
I'm just like, y'all spent almost 10 years, what is it? Freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences. It's like your freedom of speech is not being impaired as long as you're not getting arrested. The police aren't involved. You got freedom from this, but not from the government, or the government's not getting involved. Like they had all these things. They were actively going against it, and now they're just like, oh, look at you guys. I guess you guys really weren't free speech activists now. And it's just like, so wait, you took free speech out back and then shot it. And then the fucking Republicans resurrected the corpse, and you're just like,
Yeah.
like, bro, like, what the fuck? Y'all, this is your game. We're literally playing by your rules right now.
Well, I remembered, I had this thought the other day in response to something on Doom said. But I remember the days of anybody on the left getting pushback. And they would come out and their answer was, I thought you believed in free speech. Just arguing against them was seen as attacking their free speech.
Yeah.
They are so hyperbolic about everything.
And during that era is when we got things like microaggression, the idea that words are violence.
Yep.
Like all those ideas came out of from their side, starting all this bullshit. But now they're all hardcore free speech advocates now, all of a sudden.
Yeah,
I thought you believed in free speech.
Now there's punishment coming their way.
Yeah.
So of course they're like, how could you do that? They've always been hypocrites.
I've been consistent in my beliefs. I'd like to meet a lefty who is.
Good luck with that. I'd like to pet a unicorn too. Doesn't mean that's going to happen.
I've pet a horse before. It's really not that cool.
Horses are cool. Whatever.
Different than Brother Charlie, man. You're very different than Charlie, though, man. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
and I can make a case for that,
people
too.
like you that got that man killed, sir.
No. There are such a thing as neo-fascists. But Pierce...
Wait, is his tie outside of his collar? What?
Do you really want answers to some of your questions, dude?
Does he have a black collar on over his tie?
I think he does.
What?
Also, that is a terrible pause right there. What is going on with his face?
I think it's a wonderful pause because the way that Andrew's looking at him is the way I'm looking at him right now.
Isn't Cornell West a preacher of some kind?
I'm sure to somebody. He could get his COVID test with his teeth together.
Ew.
Not COVID, a strep test. You don't do COVID's up the nose. My bad. Look at the gap between your teeth, bro. You could get that fixed.
Yes.
Go ahead.
He's a theologian. I think that he's got a lot of pictures with that collar thing on. So
That's
I think
weird.
It's some sort of representation of his religious affiliation.
All right.
Thing as neo-fascists. But Pierce, why you have a brother on who's not going to allow nobody to speak, man? We just wasting time. If all you're interested in is making your money, and you bring this brother on it, and nobody can say a word, and we can't even mourn, brother.
Bro, he gave you quite a bit before he called you out for your nonsense. I'm so tired of seeing people with this "why won't you let me speak" stuff.
It is always the people who talk the most that say that shit.
It's people that ramble nonsensically about stuff that has nothing to do or is incredibly tangentially related, and they have no central point related to what's going on. They're always like, let me speak. It's sort of like when a little kid gets in trouble and they're like, yeah, I didn't eat all the cookies, but the cat was like barking at the dog and he was running, he had the zoomies, and I heard a dinosaur outside. And you're like, cut to the chase, kid.
Dude, he is absolutely one of those people who will yell at you during an argument, tell you to let him speak. He will speak for like 2 hours, and then after you let him speak, it's your turn, and you get 3 words in, and he interrupts you.
Yeah, they always complain about being interrupted too, and then they go ahead and interrupt every time. It's these people are just massive hypocrites and deceptionists.
And then they go on for 2 minutes about how they're not allowed to speak, and they do it for 2 minutes without interruption. Yeah, absolutely. We've seen it time and time again on here.
Yeah.
Charlie passing, I had dialogues with Brother Charlie. This brother's going to say, oh, this kumbaya and so forth. No, Charlie was made in the image of a loving and mighty God. I believe that. I say my prayers for Sister.
Bro, you just agreed that you think Trump supporters are neo-fascists. Charlie was an unapologetic Trump supporter, even to the point where those on the right who think Trump is hiding Epstein stuff started attacking him and accusing him of being controlled by Jews.
Hang on a second. Are you saying that because all Trump supporters are neo-fascists, and Charlie Kirk was a Trump supporter who was also made in the image of God, that God's a neo-fascist?
God is a neo-fascist. Thank you, Colonel West.
Line he just created. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong at all, no. That's notice what
funny.
he's doing here. He's trying to be, for all of his no kumbaya, he's trying to do the kumbaya stuff. Brother Charlie, I knew him. He was made in God's image. A neo-fascist prick.
Now, I have to point out before we get to the Destiny stuff, take a look at Posobiec. I'm pretty sure he's got a body double mannequin because he hasn't so much as blinked. Like, he does not move for the majority of this episode until he talks. At which time I think the video feed cuts to the real guy. But when Destiny's talking, pay special attention to Posobiec because Posobiec was really good friends with Charlie Kirk.
Real quick. Tarkata, thank you. I responded to a video yesterday. It says the right wing are going to use Charlie Kirk's death to label us. My response, racist, Nazis, fascists, homophobe, transphobes, are you going to use this death to label us? Get the fuck out of here.
Right?
Like, dude. And it's so weird. Like this entire the left wing's reaction to all of this is, hey, that's my move.
Yes.
Yeah, basically. Like, stop. Do not steal original idea.
Jack, we run things for a minute. I need to run to the restroom and refill my drink. I'll be right back, guys.
Oh, boy, we're in trouble. What's up, Sansa?
I'm so glad he's gone. Jesus fuck.
Now you can't tell you what to do. Run! Yeah, everybody on this panel just looks like they don't want to be there.
Well, why would you want to be? Like, honestly, I don't, even like presidential debates, I find it hard to sit through because they literally just devolve into fucking screaming matches between people. Nothing gets done. Nobody's actually listening to actually listen. Everybody's just waiting to respond and say whatever they think. Like it's so not productive. You know what I mean?
Well, it's not how debates and conversations are supposed to happen. It's not civil anymore. There's no actual discourse. If it was, there would be long-form talks like the old Lincoln Douglas debates where they're actually getting down into policy issues and how they would actually do things instead of going for sound bites. That's all anybody cares about now is sound bites.
Understatement says, how you been and when are you gaming again? Well, I did a gaming stream earlier, and how have I been? Reasonably fine, I guess, all things considered. It's been kind of crazy, as you guys may know. And I got a whole bunch of other stuff that I got going on. So it's just like, but otherwise I'm fine. Everything's everything.
Yeah, weren't you playing TCG Simulator earlier?
Yeah, I was playing TCG Card Shop, trying to see what they added new to there, and they got some new stuff or whatever, but I probably shouldn't have started a new game because most of the new stuff they added is like in-game stuff. But they added some new stuff to where the person comes in and they can they offer to sell you cards, and you can buy them directly from people and stuff like that, which shake stuff up a bit. It's pretty nice.
That's cool. Yeah, I heard that game's fun, but I'm not much of a gamer, so I don't really have time right now. I'm trying to do stuff for like 3 channels.
How the new spice launch go? I don't. The new spices that I'm working on, I'm still working on. So I have I told you guys I'm doing a Cajun one that I'm still trying to perfect. And then I actually did some experiments with rice seasoning. I know everybody doesn't know what, I think it's pronounced furikake or whatever. It's like rice seasoning.
Bukkake? What? Rice bukkake.
That's right. I was experimenting with that, and that actually came out really good. But I'm trying to figure out, I'm like, is this gonna sell? Like, is this something that I'm actually gonna be able to sell people? Because I like it a lot. And I'm like, holy shit, I use this all the time now. But
if you can make rice flavoring, dude, that's a big seller in my book because I love rice and flavored rice.
You can flavor rice with anything.
No,
I'm just saying there's like a seasoning that Japanese people make that, and it comes in a bunch of different kinds or whatever. But I was thinking about adding that to my line of spices and stuff, but it's so niche, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta really fucking like rice to just eat plain rice with seasoning on it, you know what I mean?
Rice doesn't taste like anything. It tastes like whatever you eat with it. That's the joy of rice.
Yeah, so I got a couple things, and people have been telling me to make a Nashville spice too, but that's another one that's kind of just like, I feel like it's too specific. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Yeah, I get weary with if I'm buying spices and I see something like Kansas City style. I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
I'm sure if you're from Kansas City, it makes a lot of sense.
No, it means you're gonna get robbed, and
it means your team's gonna win the Super Bowl. Anyway. Let's get back to our Tard, shall we?
Indeed.
Nobody's objecting, so Tards win.
Erica and the kids, because this brother wants to trash my Christian sensibility, and look at him laughing now. It's a joke, man.
You just smeared 70 million people as neo-fascists, and he's insulting your Christian sensibilities. I must have read a different Bible.
Yeah,
fuck, bro.
Andrew Wilson is a lot of things, but what he just described, I didn't see that happen.
Oh God, you insulted my. Fuck off,
Pierce. It's not worth it.
Is Charlie Kirk part of the neo-fascist movement?
Not with this, brother.
Is he part of your neo-fascist movement?
Not with this, brother.
Yeah.
When Charlie himself says that he is against Civil Rights Act, does that make him a proponent of Jim Crow?
He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
He said it was a mistake.
No,
how do you get from being against the Civil Rights Act because of what it has brought, which is what Charlie argued, and immediately go to Jim Crow?
Well, yeah, context is king, and you could take Charlie out of context, but that doesn't change what he was saying.
Well, he said it directly though. Like, this ain't even a lot of the stuff that people take out of context for him is just like, okay, I'm going to isolate this thing and contextualize it this way. But this ain't even really one of those situations, because in the conversation, somebody asked him directly, if you could get rid of the civil rights movement, would you? And he said, no, I think that what the civil rights movement was for, and what its initial intent was very noble, and I think that it needs to be specific to race, and that's it. Like that's it. It needs to not go beyond that. It doesn't need to go to like gender identity and all that shit. I think what they did initially was how it was how it was supposed to be, and I think that obviously people who didn't have civil rights back then should have them. So I'm just like, what part of that is so hard to understand?
What they're talking about, because there's a difference between the Civil Rights Act and the Civil Rights Movement. And there's several clips where kids get up there and go, you said you're against the Civil Rights Act? The Civil Rights Act is the specific legal framework where it has led to a lot of the crap that we see today being implemented in the country based on non-quota quotas. But the Civil Rights Act itself, one, was unnecessary. That's what the Civil Rights Movement was already doing.
Yeah.
The laws that needed overturned were not overturned by the Civil Rights Act. Those all had to be voted down individually or shot down by the court because of the act, and would have been shot down with the court that came in anyway. The Civil Rights Act has been used to justify a fuck ton of nonsense. And that was Charlie's point about the act itself.
Yeah, because they're trying to twist it to use it for all the weird gender ideology nonsense that it was never intended to deal with.
Yeah, the civil rights movement, and Charlie does talk about the civil rights movement when he talks about the Civil Rights Act, because they are different things. He even said getting black people to have the same rights as white people was absolutely right. Putting this law into effect was fucking retarded because of the unintended consequence, or intended if you're me, because I believe it was done on purpose. The intended consequences that we've seen. Go ahead. I'm sorry, man. I stepped on you.
Well, no, I mean, because it gave them free reign to basically define any given situation, no matter what it is. If black people are somehow experiencing anything, no matter what, or whatever the context is, less than any other perceived group, then it's connected to this, and we're going to activate this to be able to do whatever we want. And it's just like, no, like that completely erases context, nuance, and everything else. And it's half the reason why we're in the position that we're in right now with, you know, our media, our fucking tech companies and everything like that. It's kind of crazy because, once again, and I've made this point before, you don't see, you know, people invoking the Civil Rights Act or talking about DEI initiatives in all black companies or companies that have all women. Like, you don't see that.
Can we also point out that he just called Charlie a man made in the image of God, and less than 30 seconds later is accusing him of supporting Jim Crow laws?
Right.
Like, you know, like God does. Yeah,
because God's neo-fascist, right?
What fucking church does this guy go to?
But I don't know, but it's the sermons must be insane.
You see, as soon as he got mad, he went mask off, though. Like he was pretending to be like, oh, peace loving, we got to come together. But as soon as he got mad and he got up, now he's saying all the things he really thinks.
Well, he goes to the base Church of Christ, I guess.
Right?
Fuck. Yeah, but you're absolutely right. When he gets, and this is why, to take us back where we were a little while ago, I think this is why we see such a subdued Hasan right now. Because when they get angry, they absolutely always go mask off. Say what you want about Destiny. At least he's the shitbag all the time.
Yeah.
He doesn't pretend.
Yeah, it never turns off. He is a scumbag 100% of the time.
Fact.
These other guys is like, no, my brother Charlie. Can't we mourn my brother Charlie? He was a fucking Jim Crow supporter.
Yeah.
Bro, you did that within a minute.
Yeah.
Tyler, thank you. Has the FCC ever fined a TV channel for slander? For slander? I don't believe so. I think you'd have to sue them directly. The FCC fines for violations of standards and practices, which isn't their fucking job. But for slander, I don't believe so. I could be wrong. I don't follow all the FCC cases. The FCC are a bunch of shitbags, so I just want to get that on record. Anyhow.
Luther King Jr., an awful human
There it
being,
is.
and a
There
scumbag.
it is.
I'm critical
There
of
it
that.
is.
I am critical of that. You're absolutely right, Brother Wilson.
Okay. I like King's message, but King himself cheated on his wife repeatedly.
Well, once again, y'all know me. All I pay attention to is contradictions. Like, nothing pisses me off more than a contradiction. They're saying that Charlie Kirk is a bad person because he said that somebody he disagrees with is a bad person. But they're right now saying that Charlie Kirk is a bad person after he died. Like, y'all are doing that right now. That is what you are currently doing. So how is that your major criticism as a mark against him when that is literally what you are doing at this exact moment?
Because shut up.
Well, because because they're doing it to a bad person, so it's okay.
I guess, but the difference is, though, when Charlie Kirk said Martin Luther King was a bad person, but it was horrible that he was murdered, y'all are saying that Charlie Kirk is a bad person, and that's why he should have been murdered.
Yeah. Hey, it's his brother in Christ, man. Come on. Come on, man.
You're absolutely right. But
There
if
it
all
is.
you're going to do is be arrogant, you're arrogant just like the so-called leftists you're talking about. But Pierce, you making your money, brother. Go on and make your money, man.
It's not
But
about
this is
making.
not worth it.
Cornell,
This brother
it's not
right
about
here
making
is
money.
part of the problem. This other brother who has a deep connection to Charlie, he's willing to at least listen. But this brother's not willing to
Cornell,
listen.
can you sit down?
I'm gone, man.
I would
I'm
like you.
gone.
Look,
Now, how often do you guys see right wingers in the middle of a debate get up and just run off whenever they feel like they're about to lose the conversation?
He didn't even start to have the conversation.
Yeah, when right wingers do it, it's because somebody's asking them a trick question, and they're sick of it. But it's really rare, even then.
Because I'm about to say, like, I've seen several times where you're having a conversation with somebody on the left, and the moment they're like, okay, I don't have an answer to this, so I'm just gonna throw a bunch of slurs or names out at you or whatever, say that, you know, there's no point in talking to you because you're evil, and I'm just gonna leave. It's just like, why can't you just sit down and talk like an adult?
Nope, flip the table and run, just like Monopoly.
I'm not a fan of Andrew Wilson. I think I've made that pretty clear on this show. But Posobiec sitting there like a cunt while his friend is besmirched as a Jim Crow supporter is not how you should handle something like this.
I think that Posobiec is trying very hard to restrain himself. No. Andrew's reaction is the way that should have been handled. Like, wait, how you pulling this brother in Christ shit with calling the man a neo-fascist? I mean, he literally did the thing that Piers was asking about in the question.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
to remain part of the debate.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. He's smoking his.
How dare you point out the things I've said, you fucking bitch. Let me speak.
I mean, even if, I don't know, it's like from my perspective, if I'm a left-wing person and I like this dude or whatever, and you got these people sitting down having a debate and you're the one person in the room that runs off like a bitch, and it's just like, well, I mean, even if I agree with you, like, you couldn't even handle the conversation. Like, everybody else was able to sit and keep talking, but you ran away.
The pumpkin spice American didn't run off asking for a manager, and you did.
But he bravely ran away.
Cigarettes with his arrogant self. Come on, man. We don't have enough dialogue at all.
Surely you're not going to walk out in a debate about dialogue.
Go on and make your money, man.
Look,
Right.
we're not
there's
having a dialogue because that dude's not letting me say whatever I want without challenging me. So since
Right.
I can't say whatever I want without being challenged at all, then I don't think this is an actual dialogue, because a dialogue is me telling you everything that I want to say and you shutting the fuck up. That's a dialogue.
Yes, exactly.
That's how dialogue works, right?
Kind of farcical to quit a debate where we're literally debating about the importance of free speech and being able to listen to each other's opinions, which seems to me completely insane. Anyway,
I do love when Pierce gets a little petty like that.
Well, yeah, because he's right though. But
Yes.
I like how he's just like, all right, let's bring on the fucking pedophile now.
Right. Like, let's bring on the guy who's got CP on the computer he's using to talk with us.
we've lost Cornell West for now. Maybe we'll get him back. Well, Andrew Wilson referred to Destiny's insane tweets a little earlier, which were disavowed by Anna Kasperin. Well, Destiny joins us now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
the computer he's broadcasting right there has child porn on it.
Well, we don't know it's that exact computer. He might have a special one dedicated to that.
Keldrick says, still wearing blackface, eh, Justin? Yes, I am, to answer your question. But I think I'm gonna leave because I don't know if I can control myself with this Destiny shit, because I really don't like Destiny.
No, I don't either. I get it.
And also, my wife just got off work, and I don't want to be, freaking out.
All worked up and shit. Yeah, you need to be worked up a different way with your wife.
Yeah, absolutely, and 100%. You should tell her that.
She'd be like, Squishy, I'm really frustrated. I need some
Squish, put out.
But
I was trying to dress it up, Monkey.
Pleasure as always, guys.
That's good seeing you, man. Thanks for coming by.
Like I said, I'll be trying to make more frequent appearances, man, because
you and I need to get together and talk about the Borderlands thing.
Yes, we do, because that's a situation.
Yeah.
Have
a good one. We'll do that. You busy tomorrow?
No, probably not. I got what's tomorrow?
Thursday. Oh wait, Thursday. I got shit to do. Yeah, we'll get together. We'll discuss it.
All right, let me know, man.
Yep. Take care, bud.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
You too, man. See ya.
That is 2 cents plus on Twitter, and it is he's got so many channels now. I don't know which one to pick for him.
Let him cook.
Let him cook. There you go. I don't know how many of your other ones still work.
Man, that's a whole nother can of worms. Anyway.
All right, man. Take care, my friend. All right.
Real quick. Thank you, Evolved Potato. Does anyone else find the way people call everyone brother weird? It's annoying, and I, for some reason, find it condescending. Yeah, the way that guy says it, absolutely. Like, I can't explain how, but it just feels like he's talking down to me. A lot of people do that.
I guess because of when we grew up, it was a more popular thing back in the day, and these days it's mostly set in weird circumstance. I'll leave it at that. I'm not weirded out by it. I just think it's disingenuous. I mean, you can literally take his brother and replace it with dude or rapper's favorite word.
Rapper's delight. Usually when you hear it in the States, it's from somebody that's very religious or pretending to be very religious. So yeah, you could substitute it as like a Jesus people way of saying dude.
Thank you, Dangerous. Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Dangerous. As a lifelong Christian, I believe West was quoting from the first letter to the Church of What the Fuck, chapter, verse, seriously? Behold, Charlie of Family Kirk, who is neo-Nazi, as is his Lord in heaven. Yeah, I missed that whole book of the Bible. My bad.
Yeah, it's one of the lost books, the Apocrypha. So you just got to really dig for it, you know.
But well played indeed. Okay.
Destiny, you've been quite active on social media since Charlie Kirk's death. When Erica Kirk posted Charlie's coffin, you responded, she tagged him, brackets, crying face emojis. In response to Alina Haber's tweet ordering people to fly their flags a half past in memory of Charlie, you posted on X buying flags.
It's half staff, isn't it?
Well, he's British. They do stuff weird over there.
Half mast is only on ships where they have, a mast.
He's on an island. That's like a big ship, right?
I guess.
Poles just to fly them fully erect. And you then posted yesterday, ending every conservative debate call out I do in 2026 with "Don't dodge, bro." That's not what Charlie would have wanted. Do you think that your response to the cold-blooded murder of Charlie Kirk has been appropriate?
Yes. I think
I'm desperately trying to keep people from talking about my crimes, so of course it is.
Right? Pierce said erect.
He did. Half mast is commonly said on land too. Yes, but it doesn't make it right.
Yeah, people say it about their wieners a lot.
There's lots of stuff people say wrong that doesn't make it right. Anyway.
I think that the only way this country moves forward into a better world is when conservatives can finally realize that they need to turn the temperature down on their side.
Is he talking to the left right now?
I just love that this is the tack they're trying to take on the left, and because he's not the only one. I mean, we saw that shitbag Major Garrett kind of pretending both sides earlier. Horrible, murderous shit has been said from the left before Kirk got killed.
Oh, yeah, and since.
Yeah.
They've never stopped.
But what Destiny's like, no, they have to understand they need to turn down the rhetoric. It's been coming from the left. Even before he was killed. That's the whole point of the conversation, is that this isn't a both sides kind of thing. You got literally calling people Nazis. You're not, they're all Nazis. They're horrible Nazis. They want us all to die. Well, what do you do with people that want you to die? It's a self-defense thing at that point, isn't it?
Yeah, especially when you believe that words equal violence.
That is one of their mantras. Words are violence.
Yep.
So if I say something to you you don't like, you can, what, stand?
Yeah, basically.
I just the audacity of this prick to pretend he's being a prick like this because the problem is on the right. Get fucked. Where are the right folks doing this? Even now, the majority of the right, and the overwhelming majority of the right, is not out there saying, hey, we need to go get these fuckers for what they did to Charlie. They're having fucking prayer vigils. There's no gas stations burning tonight.
Nobody boarded anything up.
Tyler, thank you. Don't forget silence is violence. Yeah. They really made a mistake when they pulled that one, because they'd just gone through the whole college rape thing, supposedly.
Yeah.
Like, oh, so if she doesn't say anything, she's being violent, huh? They had what? Silence and violence, and silence is consent. That was my favorite. Silence is consent. They attacked the vigils. Yeah, there's a post from Andy No where Antifa's realizing that attacking these vigils is having two problems. One, it's not effective. They're getting their asses kicked. And two, it's making them look really bad.
Yeah. Yeah. That video of that kid kicking up the memorial, I'm surprised he walked out of there. I mean, this was Texas.
Mm-hmm. But again, see, that's the difference between the left and right.
Yeah, for now.
If that had been a left-wing vigil and some right guy, they'd have beaten him to retardation.
Yeah, it's not right, but well, I understand it. Let's put it that way.
Look, if somebody is destroying a vigil and somebody else hits them, I'm okay with it.
It's a crime of passion.
The dude is vandalizing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Frank, thank you. To them, our existence is inherently violent. True, 100%. I mean, Colonel West there, they're neo-fascists if you support Trump. Now, I realize that when they say it, they don't think it actually means anything, except when they tell us it means something. You know, Elon Musk throwing his heart out to people. Look, guys, he's clearly a Nazi. And what did we see after that? We saw people's cars being set on fire and vandalized in other various ways. But the right needs to turn down the rhetoric. The right needs to realize that they need to stop being so hot. Cunt, I haven't begun to get hot yet.
We are 10 years into whatever this Trump madness is, and there is not a single mainstream conservative that will call for a lowering of the temperature on their side. I think that.
Go fuck yourself.
Well, maybe that's because they can see what's going on.
Yeah, they have eyes. And look, a lot of people learned from January 6th, which we warned everybody about. Exactly what happens when the right gets even remotely tiny bit violent. And nobody needs to turn the temperature down because nobody's saying anything fucking crazy, you loon.
Thank you, Dangerous. There's the stuff people forget. Shops being smashed during the 2016 inauguration. Technically 2017. Wanting to put Covington kids in a wood chipper. Setting Berkeley alight. Also, they sound like an abused husband. Those things never happen, my friend. Those are all who was it that said, I want to know the names of these kids? I want their addresses. Who was that?
I don't remember.
You remember it happening though, right?
Oh yeah.
Was it Kathy Griffin? I think it was Kathy Griffin.
Might have been.
And she's like, I want to know who they are. And they had done literally nothing wrong. They were literally standing there.
Oh, but they were glaring menacingly. They were smirking menacingly.
The story that got told was that they came up to Nathan Phillips, who was just minding his own business, which was the exact opposite of what happened.
And it was all on video available at the time.
Yep. Yeah, the right needs to turn down the red. Get fucked.
That liberals need to wake up and finally realize that if they're not willing to do it, it will never come down. If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second term. Every time he's in office, this happens. People joked about when Biden came in.
Wait, Charlie Kirk died twice?
Well, our Lord.
He just said
Savior.
every time Trump is in office, this happens. I swear that we would have heard about Charlie Kirk dying the first time Trump was in office.
Allow me to tell you about Dolly the sheep. See, she was a clone. We have the technology.
Yes, it's Donald Trump's fault. That's what he's saying, this fucking retard. Look, the even if we want to give him the benefit of the doubt on this, like say Charlottesville, we've talked about Charlottesville so many times.
Oh God, yeah.
Here's the reality of what happened in Charlottesville. That protest happened all the time. In fact, in 6 months after Charlottesville, again, with no violence. What was the only difference? The left showed up that day in Charlottesville. That's where the violence came from. They showed up because they were gonna take to the streets. It had been a long-standing fight there in Charlottesville over that statue and whether or not to take it down. And about every 6 months, they had a rally there to save the statue. And suddenly you unite the right that decides they're going to go to it. And the left is like, we got to go cause violence. Because that fat chick getting run over that day isn't the only violence that happened that day.
No, it's not. But we don't talk about other violence.
The only violence that gets talked about is Heyer. Heather Heyer getting killed that day. And like, look what the right did. Go watch the video from that shit. The violence from that day is what eventually gives us base stickman.
Yep.
But they had tiki torches. Yes, they had the tiki torches. And how many people got hurt there? Oh, yeah, nobody, because the left hadn't showed up yet. Every time the left decides that they're going to counter protest, violence breaks out. But it's every time Donald Trump. Fuck you, prick. Didn't Trayvon Martin get killed under Obama?
Yes.
Wasn't there violence then too?
Yes.
Huh, weird. It happens every time Trump is in office.
And we don't talk about Obama. His biggest scandal was a tan suit monkey.
Tan suit, the only scandal, Jack. Not just his biggest, the only.
Biggest and only.
And it was so boring, nothing was going on. 7 out of 10 of the largest protests in American history have happened under Donald Trump. All of the recent political violence.
Jesus fucking Christ. 7 of the 10. I don't know what his point is there.
I don't either, but I think it's historically inaccurate.
Even if it's accurate, what so? We're in a much more connected time. Do you think there might have been more protests in the Civil War if there had been, or prior to the Civil War, Jack, just prior, if social media had been around at the time? Because I'm thinking probably.
Yeah, absolutely. Fort Sumter might have looked a lot different.
All right.
Violence that's happened in this country over the past 20 years, the majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it, everybody gets mad because they keep asking Grok about it, has been conservative.
Who shot Charlie Kirk?
A guy from Utah who was raised in a Christian family, who was a 22-year-old
guy described.
Dude. He wasn't
Destiny.
trans. He didn't have a trans girlfriend. He didn't have any trans influences. He didn't.
Well, that aged poorly.
Yeah, Destiny seems to know a lot about this guy. Did he have any conversations with him?
See, this is the left right there. I mean, the right we saw Jimmy Kimmel. The right tried to pretend it wasn't one of theirs and got this fucking retard. He raised in a Christian household. But it's not until he leaves that he becomes the shitbag he turned into.
You know who else was a Christian? Cornell West.
True. It's probably right to say most murderers in American history have been Christian.
Well, statistically, your odds are really good. There's not only incredible amount of Christians, but there's different denominations and sects of Christianity throughout the country that have different beliefs. So.
And no, guys, there's no point there. I'm actually just making fun of Destiny because he's doing what. This is why the term lies, damn lies, and statistics exists, is because of people like him. Because he's trying to bring up the people keep getting mad because they ask Grok and it says conservative do the most violence. Yeah, go look into that study. And again, we talked about this on, I think, on the last show, maybe the one before. It is more telling what they left out of that than what they put in it.
Yeah.
If I only look at left-wing violence and then come out with a study that says all violence is left-wing, yeah, that's what the study says, but it doesn't make it true because I didn't look at the rest.
Your hate facts have no place here, sir.
And it's amazing. I mean, just look at how they treated 2020. Just look at mostly fucking building burning behind 2 different reporters, mostly peaceful. And it's not like they were even at the same event.
Right.
Nope. Thank you so much. 7 and 10 most violent protests happened under Trump. Yeah, because the left are the violent ones. Yeah. He makes it sound like that means something.
Well, it does if you have no context to draw from because you don't pay attention to anything.
You got all these lefties out there cheering each other on for their violence. Thank you, Keldrick. Destiny didn't see any evidence because he was too busy looking at CP. True.
Didn't have any trans bullets. Yeah, I'm sorry. You guys were wrong on all of that.
To be clear, the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, has made it clear that their investigation has now established that he had been radicalized by a leftist ideology, which drove him to do this. That's just
I'm sorry. Excuse me. When?
Yesterday, he said that.
But I didn't see that because I didn't want to.
Yeah.
I was busy trying to be edgy so you wouldn't pay attention to the child porn I have.
Fucking Destiny. What a piece of work, man.
No. When was he radicalized? In the 6 months that he did remote college?
I don't know when he was radicalized, but I do know.
Whoa. Noted, did you see what Destiny just did? The 6 months he did remote college. So, Jack, when do people go to college getting a merit scholarship? Is it typically 3 years after they graduate high school or immediately after?
It's usually what's Destiny say? He's the expert.
He just pulls that 6 months, which would put our shooter at 18 and a half years old on average. Let's be nice and charitable. Oh, excuse me. I just pulled a Hasan. So sorry, guys.
What, you left?
I burped.
I thought your chair was taken over.
Let's, for argument's sake, say the kid was 19 when he leaves college. There's still another 3 years unaccounted for, fucker, including part of that time spent living with his trans boyfriend. But don't talk. No. When he's out there jacking off to furry kitty porn, maybe this is why Destiny's defending him so much. They have a lot in common.
Oh yeah, I mean that's not untrue there.
There's a shit ton. When could he possibly have gotten radicalized? Yeah, nobody can get radicalized on the wait. Don't you guys always tell us about people radicalized by the pipelines online? Remember the Shapiro to alt-right pipeline, the PewDiePie to alt-right pipeline, for fuck's sake.
And don't forget everyone's classic, the Jews.
When could he possibly have gotten radicalized? In the at least 2.5 years after he left college?
Yeah, like he had plenty of time to make new friends and hang out with a bunch of degenerate scumbags online and in real life. I mean, his neighbor even said that a lot of people from out of state were coming over and visiting in the weeks before. So,
but don't worry. Destiny knows.
I do know the very reasonable sounding governor of Utah has made it clear that the event. You may not want to hear this.
He literally made it clear. You can disagree with. You can say that he lied about it, but you can't say he didn't make it unclear. He literally just stated it. He didn't have to pull some beat around the bush bullshit like West was trying. He literally just said the guy had been radicalized.
Yeah, there seems to be plenty of evidence to support this.
Yeah.
So Destiny's trying really hard to deflect away from the left wing, like usual, and he's not good at it, especially here.
Christine says, yuck, furry sex. It's even worse because it's furry child sex. Yeah.
Yeah. You think it's degenerate, but there are a lot of depths to this disgusting shit. Did you see the weird pregnancy animal thing?
Yes. Oh my God.
God, that was sick.
Luckily, I didn't blow any of it up. I only saw the small images that were on the screen.
And that's bad enough.
Yep. I don't want to see how well it was. That's another thing found on his computer. A fan of an artist who draws excessively fat women naked. And when I say excessively fat, I'm not even talking like foodie beauty. I'm like 3 times her size.
Yeah, you're talking like 1-tonners.
Yeah.
I'll drop the link into the Daily Mail article again. In case
and just for the record, we're not putting that on screen for several reasons. Part of it is that they do. The darkest stuff is censored if you go to that thing. just be aware, like the fat chicks, you will see those pictures.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Investigation.
You may not want to hear it, Destiny, but the reality is the investigators, according to the governor of Utah, have established that he was radicalized to a leftist ideology that drove.
Darth Mondo, thank you. Wait, is this guy friends with or related to Vaush? I would not be shocked to find out he was a Vaush fan. Given what we're learning, I could definitely see him being a Vaush fan.
Drove him to murder Charlie Kirk. Now, let me just ask you.
That's just not true.
Let me just
There's
ask
no
you.
way
Well,
to deal with it.
Okay,
You're living in a
accusing the
delusional
governor
fantasy.
of lying.
Yeah.
That's your prerogative. But
Sure.
if it turns out to have been somebody with
No, it's not his prerogative to deny reality.
Well, Destiny seems to try to do that quite a bit, to be fair.
Leftist ideology who wanted to shut up Charlie Kirk, would you condemn that?
I won't condemn anything until the president of the United States can go on air and say, all of us need to calm down.
Hasn't Trump, didn't he do it like in 2015 or something like that? Put out something about everybody calming down?
He's done that several times, calling for peace and people to relax, and the rhetoric needs to be dialed down. But again, in this case, there's no reason for Trump to say it because it's coming from the other side. Why would Trump, anything Trump says is going to be like, oh, he's a fascist. They're obviously scared.
Done it too many times, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, look at what we just saw with Comer. He pulled the both sides bullshit, which is too far as it is. This is not a both sides issue. It is absolutely not, and I am not going to entertain any bullshit about that.
Yeah, I'm tired of pretending that this is a equal distribution of violence. It's not. It's entirely left wing and has been for years now. So this is getting ridiculous. But what we're praying too aggressively? Come on.
Yeah.
He can go
the
on
murder
Fox
of Charlie
and
Kirk until Donald Trump says something.
I'm a YouTuber. Leftists and Democrats have been condemning and turning down the temperature, condemning violence, turning down the temperature for a decade. Donald.
Where?
Yeah, where? I can show you the former vice president of the United States telling people they needed to stay in the streets where riots were happening.
Yeah, Destiny himself is a really aggressive person who has labeled people all sorts of horrible names. Where's he dialing down the temperature?
Well, they don't have to because
reasons.
Trashy Piers Morgan panel. It really is, but so many of them are, Sean. Hey, how you doing tonight, my friend? Hope you're well.
Donald Trump can't go on TV and say all of us need to calm down.
Right.
What would it matter? Just for a second. Fuck you, Destiny. Yeah. Donald Trump was asked during the debate in 2020, will you renounce white supremacy? He immediately said yes. Before the question was even finished. But then Chris Wallace keeps going. And what would you say to the Proud Boys who are standing by? And he says, stand by, stand down. He literally uses language that Chris Wallace does. And instead of a single fucking headline, not even Fox News put out a headline saying Donald Trump denounces white supremacy. Instead, the very next fucking day, a reporter from Fox News, the conservative bastion, asked the press secretary, will Donald Trump denounce white supremacy? And she said, I just gave you 13 examples. And that prick had the nerve to say, but will he
do it today? Has he done it recently? Will he be my substitute dad? Ugh. Thank you, Alan, for the generous donation /tip. Morning, my friend. Good morning, Alan. Hope you're doing well out there. Are you back yet, Monkey?
I'm back now.
There you are.
In the middle of a great rant.
I know. I completed your sentence there.
Thank you.
Because I knew where you were going with that. But yeah, look, it always falls on Trump. Destiny is never going to accuse the left of any wrongdoing, ever. He is a disingenuous bastard.
It literally doesn't matter what Trump says. They will always come out and tell you what he really meant.
Oh, of course.
Those motherfuckers. Thank you, Alan, who says, good morning, monkey. Morning, sir. Hope you're well. These little shitbags, man. Anyway.
You tell me why he cannot.
Why would you expect anybody, Destiny?
You can't answer that. Can you answer that question? Why can't
Can
Trump
you
go on
answer
TV and
this
say,
question?
all of us should be less violent.
Why do you
can't
think
Trump say that?
Why do you
Why
think
is your behavior contingent on Donald Trump?
Insane right now.
Why do you
Thank you, Anna. Anna just used my point anytime people are telling me the right needs to act like the left. Why is your behavior contingent on theirs? Anna, I know you don't like me. I could tell when you blocked me. But every so often you get shit right, and good on you.
Let me ask a question. On Donald Trump.
Let me ask a question.
Because he's the president of the United States of America and the leader of the
Destiny.
You have a huge audience of young men who listen to everything you have to say. So when it doesn't matter. You have a huge audience.
Accountability is like kryptonite to that man. He is so much a woman.
Well, this is what we see from so many people. I mean, you can be whatever shitbag you want to be as long as you can blame it on somebody else. I shouldn't have to be a good person because Trump hasn't said the thing I want him to say. Why would that have any bearing? It doesn't matter who has a bigger audience. I have a tiny audience. I'm not a shitbag because I'm not a shitbag.
Yeah.
This is him trying to defend his own fucking behavior and blame it on Trump. No, this is you, Destiny. This is you. You don't get to blame Trump for what a shitbag you are.
That's where you're wrong.
Trump doesn't have a gun to your head telling you to be a shitbag. You're doing that of your own volition. You're proudly being a shitbag.
Oh, yeah.
How you letting a white woman school you, man?
Because of the fact that you have a huge audience, you have a responsibility to not turn. No, it hasn't. It hasn't been broken. I actually care about the country and want to bring people together.
Oh, wait. Who bullied her? I love this. Your brain has been destroyed because you were bullied by people on Twitter. Anybody know who bullied Anna?
Probably Destiny.
It was liberals who accused her of, because she told a story about how she got felt up by some fucking weirdos, and they all went, how dare you insult black people like this? And then she had to come out and go, they weren't black.
Yeah, she never said black. Everybody just assumed it. It was really weird.
The non-racist folks were all like, how dare you smear a black man? And it wasn't a black man. They just assumed the criminal was. Birthing person was first. I swear birthing person came after that. But either way, the birthing person, also the left were the ones who went after her.
That's true.
That's who's bullied her. Jesus fuck. And Anna, this is another one of those wake-up calls to what your side really is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you don't no sexual assault came first for sure. That's what I thought. That's what I thought, Sean. Yeah, the people that are bullying her are the left.
You do the opposite. You represent the worst of us, Destiny. You're embarrassing.
You should tell Donald.
All right, let me ask Destiny a question.
Watch how easy this is.
Hang on, don't all shout at once, please.
If Donald Trump would have come out and say, hey, we should all be less violent, I have no problem saying
I have one question for you, Destiny.
Why can't conservatives do that?
Wait. So the only way you'll have no problem coming out and saying that we should be less violent if Trump does. Why is it contingent? I don't care that he's the president. If Joe Biden came out and said we should be more violent, I'd be like, no, we shouldn't. Same with Trump. I don't give, because my opinion on this shit isn't based on their opinion on this shit.
Oh, see, that's where you're wrong. See, Trump is like a cult leader, and you do exactly what he tells you. Sometimes you have to pick it up telepathetically, but you always do what Trump tells you.
I like telepathetically. That's awesome.
Thanks. My brother used to use that one all the time.
That is a great
Thanks,
time.
Nostradamus. Did you learn that telepathetically?
Telepathetically. That is wonderful. All right.
Why can't conservatives do that?
Destiny, I have a question for you. Why do you think in your campaign for everyone to dial down the temperature, why do you think that mocking the grieving widow of Charlie Kirk when she posts an image of her at the coffin side, why do you think that constitutes turning down the temperature?
You can't turn down the temperature on your own. The president of the United States
You can turn down what you're doing. Absolutely you can. Do you think mocking Charlie Kirk's widow is going to make Trump go, Destiny's right. I should turn down my rhetoric?
Yeah, see, that's just it. Destiny is a hypocrite because he's turning up the rhetoric, but everybody else has to turn theirs down. See, Trump has to decry it, but it's okay when I do it.
His nonsense doesn't even make sense because his argument, he just said, you can't turn
the beat around. Oh, that's something else.
Sorry about that.
There you go.
He thinks that you can't turn it off on or turn it down on your own, but you can turn it up on his own to get people to turn it down. Where's the logic in that?
Dude, I don't understand Destiny to begin with because it's always self-serving with him.
Well, and that's the thing. If he would just admit that he's being a shitbag for the attention, at least then I would be like, yeah, it's just Destiny.
Yeah, I would have more respect for that, but that's not how he operates.
No, instead he's trying to make it seem like it's some moral fucking crusade. No, I'm doing this to show that Donald Trump needs to say something. How do you think inflaming people's going to do that, prick? At least when you said that you think people need to be scared to go into public, you could make the argument that Trump would see that and go, ooh, we need to turn stuff down. But the only way to get that is more shootings, you disgusting piece of shit.
Well, with his rhetoric, I would be surprised if we start seeing it. There's going to be copycats because they're seeing the kind of attention this guy's getting.
Thank you, Frank. The logic is to beat into submission, but it doesn't. You can't beat into submission if you could beat into submission, you could do it with turning down rhetoric rather than turning up the gas. He's basically arguing that while he can't turn the gas stove off, he can turn it up. I don't know why he couldn't turn it off, but anyway.
The temperature. You're mocking his widow. You're mocking his widow.
About? We've had multiple political assassinations over the past year. What do you?
Yeah. What? Apparently you can't turn the heat up anymore, Jack, because we've had multiple assassinations.
Sure. Fucking no.
All right, Destiny. We've had multiple assassinations, so we can't turn up the heat. I dare you to go somewhere in public and say this to Charlie Kirk's wife to her face. See if we can't see people become more inflamed, you cunt.
First of all, I think she could take Destiny in a fight.
Oh, absolutely, she could.
She's a pretty tough looking chick. Also, he's a manlet, so.
But he's saying all of this while he's hidden behind a screen. Look, you can't turn up the rhetoric any higher. Then what are you doing? If your whole point is that you're doing it because Donald Trump needs to turn down the rhetoric, so what is it you're exactly doing?
Well, to be fair, Destiny is the type of person that would go up to a grieving widow.
No, he's not.
Her dead husband.
No, he's not. He's a cunt.
I think he would.
No, he's a coward. No, he wouldn't.
I hope you're right, because he's a piece of shit.
He would only do this shit well behind his own CP-filled computer. Don't make no mistake. This little coward ain't doing shit like that. He ain't going up to nobody. My bias, I think I'm saying that right. If you're overreacting, then you're not familiar This man would be upset if his son died and it got politically weaponized by the right for leverage, but not upset that his son died.
You know what's sad is I could believe that.
I can't speak to him personally on that. I could see him being more concerned with the political side of it, honestly. Sean, thank you so much. If you want Anna to unblock tweets, you want to be her friend. If she does, your followers will tell her, work for me. Amazing Lucas was worse on Piers today. Yeah, I saw the clip that you had sent out, and I didn't watch the full clip because I thought it might be something I'd watch on the show tonight, and I still might. I don't know how long I'm going tonight. But yeah, Pierce is definitely bringing on some shitbags. I knew I recognized that guy. I didn't realize it was Amazing Lucas. I haven't seen that guy in forever.
I forgot that guy existed.
Yeah, me too.
Just like Cult of Dusty getting literally dusted off the other day. Like, I didn't know that guy was still alive.
Just the clip I saw was way worse. Hang on, let me bring my chat up there. He made a thumbnail to mock Kirk's killing and tagged his wife. Yeah.
That's gross.
There's a lot of people who are doing shit like this, and it's what you've decided you want your name associated with. And years from now, when it's brought up again, as he gets into whatever controversy he'll get in, he'll be like, I know it was about I was young. That's what it was. We all did stupid shit when we were young. Anyway, these fucking cowards, man. They're just cowards.
Yeah,
I mean, it's turning up the temperature.
Why did you mock his widow?
Online
because
why did you mock his widow?
Because she's being used as a political weapon right now for conservatives.
So you mock the widow because she's being used. That makes no fucking sense whatsoever.
I suppose you'll be out there mocking Gabby Giffords any day now, right?
You know, what gets me is if they were all in the same studio, I think Posobiec would have beat the shit out of Destiny by now. Because not only was he friends with Charlie Kirk and his wife, but Posobiec's ex-military, and he has shown pretty good restraint, but Destiny's saying this vile shit. If they were in the same room, I think a fight would have broken out. And it'd be a very one-sided fight.
I'm just going to disagree with you and say that if they were in the same room, Anna would have kicked his ass and the other two would have sat there.
Yeah, well, I mean, they might have rubbed one out, to be fair.
To continue, what do you mean? Wow, she's literally doing.
Her husband just got murdered
on email. Yeah, she's using it to drive up recruitment. For
and you can't even condemn the murder.
He does not understand human emotion.
I'd really like to hear his thoughts on Loretta Scott King.
Oh, Coretta Scott King?
Coretta, sorry. I said Loretta. Coretta Scott King, yeah.
I knew what you meant. No, he probably would not say that because he doesn't want to look racist.
You do know that here in the States, oftentimes if somebody died in office, they just put the widow in office.
Yeah, they used to do that a lot.
Sonny Bono's wife became a member of Congress because Sonny died, not because of anything she did. Mark Warner down there in Arizona, I don't want to hear about, oh my God, they're using her politically.
Well, Gabby Gifford's husband is in office.
She believed in what her husband was doing and wants to see it continue because she knew he wanted it continued.
Yeah.
She's not being used. She's making a statement.
Yeah, she's saying his legacy will go on. It's a way of memorializing her husband. But I don't think Destiny really understands human emotion. He doesn't understand bereavement for sure.
He does. Now, see, this is something you have to understand about destiny. He loves to claim that he's autistic, and that's why he doesn't interact with people the way normal people do, which is, it's just not true. This man is a diabolical manipulator. He understands the emotions because he knows how to use them against people. He absolutely understands it.
If that's the case, then he is even more evil than I thought.
He is at 100%.
Like, I always suspected him of being an evil person, but I wouldn't have thought that it would rise to that level where he would be that level of evil. And that honestly makes him dangerous.
You won't condemn it.
Can't even tell his side.
You're so deranged about Trump.
You are.
This is the lefty thinking. I mean, it's literally the 9/11 thing, right? Your person got shot. Now tell everybody to calm down. Tell your side to calm down. One of us shot your friend. Tell your friends to calm down. We're gonna do it again. You made us do this. This is literally, you made us do this.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely justifying.
I get why Satsu bowed out.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw most of this exchange. It's pretty fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
You cannot condemn the murder because you're waiting for Donald Trump to say something. All right, let me bring in Jack. Let me bring in Jack Posobiec. I gotta say,
there's still no answer to that question, Piers. You can't say,
which question?
Why can't Donald Trump simply go on TV and say we all need to turn it down?
Fine.
Like,
because it wasn't all of us who killed Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. Now, if there had been riots in the street or retaliatory killings, then Trump could be called on for that. But there wasn't. There's been nothing but like prayer vigils and these memorials going up, and a few people like going out and trying to recreate the debate thing. But it's been incredibly peaceful, shockingly so. If I'm being a complete honest here, I'm actually very surprised by how quiet this has been. That's a hell of a time for him to drop.
Sorry about that.
No problem. No problem.
Assassin says 99% of people with autism are just rude bitches who have never been punched in the face. I think a lot of what is called autism today is parents not raising their kids properly. And I don't mean punch your kid in the face. I mean not teaching them how to interact with other people.
Yeah, it's a lack of socialization.
Yep.
And we see it a lot with kids that were raised with screens instead of human interaction. If you don't get a lot of human interaction as a very young child, you do tend to be very socially awkward as an adult. It's your formative years are called that for a reason. And if you're just raised with TV screens and iPads and phones, it is going to affect your development.
I hear you, and I've heard that argument. I've actually thought one of the video guys, I'm not making videos, but I've thought about making many of them. One of them that I do want to make is about like screen time and stuff, because I don't think that's a decent excuse, because I see so many people whose children are autistic, not by a doctor.
Well, to be fair, it's just part of the problem, because kids have to actually interact with each other. And you don't see a lot of kids out playing together anymore.
I swear to God, I hate my internet. Anyway, as I was saying, these kids, their parents just make excuses for their bad behavior instead of teaching them, no, that's not how you behave.
Yeah,
and
it's about socialization.
It's very easy to blame it on screens, but before screens, it was the smaller screen, it was TV. Before that,
but I'm not entirely blaming the screens. I'm saying that's a large part of it. It is the lack of socialization. The parents don't interact with their kids. They don't take their kids on to play with other kids. They're not used to interacting with other humans, is my point.
But see, my point is I get what you're saying, but I just disagree, because I see them in public all the time. I see them taken to playgrounds and shit all the time. And then when they act up, instead of their parents going, that's not how you behave, they're just like, I can't be helped. That's just how he is. He's autistic.
There are too many excuses from parents. Yeah, I will grant you that. But I think it's a confluence of several factors. And it really comes down to a breakdown in the way kids are raised.
Yes, it's a child rearing problem.
Yeah, and we need to address that. And let's face it, a lot of it does involve single parent households. Very unpopular opinion, but we have seen a rise in a lot of problems, especially behavior problems, when there's not two parents around.
When we'd go into a store, we'd pull up into the parking space, and my mom would give us the speech about not acting up.
Oh my God, I hated the speech.
We got the speech all the time, and it ended with, don't let people think I let you act that way. And now, in today's world, my mom would have been like, I can't stop you from being a prick in public, so instead of keeping you in the basement where you belong, I'm going to take you into public. If your kid can't behave in public, they shouldn't be in public.
Yeah. Yeah, and you probably shouldn't be a parent.
Oh.
Biden could, like Obama could,
Fine.
like the Clintons could, like Kamala could. Why not?
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he just said that.
Are you really bringing up Biden saying we need to turn down the rhetoric and then immediately calling half the country despicable shitbags as something that needs to be done?
Please address him appropriately. His name is Dark Brandon.
So by your own telling, you want Trump to give empty words. I'm just going based on the examples you gave.
Oh, they're going to put y'all back in chains.
They want you back on the plantation. That was Hillary's wording. Get fucked. Get absolutely fucked, you piece of shit.
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
It's unbelievable. It's President.
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
So the only way you can condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk is if you're the president.
Yes.
That's a level of retardation we rarely hit on this show.
Especially with somebody like Destiny.
Destiny, you're somebody who has made the argument that you've been politically relevant, that you've helped get people elected to office. I guess only the king can say it, not the kingmakers, huh?
Yes. Yes.
I have no influence over anybody unless I'm arguing with Vaush and Mike from PA about how good I am at politics.
Look, John D was never out there espousing anything. That was the Queen's place. Thank you.
Indeed.
Unbelievable to me.
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Because it wasn't my side that caused it. It should be the one.
The disingenuousness is just, it's palpable. Like I could make a sandwich out of it.
I mean, it is now undeniable, and not just because the governor of Utah came out and told us. I mean, his social media has been found that didn't get scrubbed fast enough. This dude was a left-wing freak. It's not my side who caused it.
There is plenty of evidence out there.
Okay. So if it was your side, you'll condemn it. So now that it's been found out, you'll condemn it. I'm sure.
Sure,
right?
Ricky.
Right?
Sure.
It actually was your side that caused it. It was your side.
This guy was raised in a white Christian
He was a
household,
radicalized.
What does white got to do with it?
White is the color of evil. Remember?
I mean, if he's going for, he was radicalized by his family, that's fine. But where did the white part come from? I mean, it's true, but it's like irrelevant.
Yeah, it's kind of got nothing to do with anything, but that's not going to stop him from throwing it out there.
I don't know why my internet's doing that right now.
I don't know.
Let me see.
I blame older boys.
Sometimes if we have lots of cloud cover in the area, it'll do it more than normal. Where's my radar? There it is. Hang on, guys. I'm checking my weather. And I'm not happy about it because the sky is completely clear. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
This ideology.
He wasn't radicalized by leftism at all. You have no proof of that whatsoever.
That's what the investment.
Hey, Destiny, I want to make you an offer. October 8th, you want to watch the hearing together? Just wondering.
Investigators are saying
was a conservative, just like the people that firebombed Shapiro's house was a conservative, just like all the J6ers were conservatives, like the Proud Boys.
Destiny just openly lied. He's either dumb and doesn't know, or he openly lied.
I think we both know which category that falls under.
Look, the chick in Minnesota, I've heard different things and haven't delved deeply into that. The Shapiro one, we know that was a left-winger. But I like how he has to go all the way back to January 6th for his other example. Let's see. One day in January 2021 versus no less than 4 months in starting at the beginning of summer of 2020. Yeah, pull up that one day, dude.
Yeah, we're not even counting all the school shootings.
Nope.
Recently by left-wingers. So, yeah, this is some real disingenuous shit.
The Jews shot outside the embassy. None of that.
Oh, yeah, we don't talk about that.
We're conservative. Every single one of these people. Oh, it's Jack Brzovic. What, the author of Unhuman? Another person that Charlie's put a good one, dude.
Whatever his name is irrelevant to whether or not it was a Palestinian supporter who firebombed Shapiro's house.
Hate fact.
You fucking retard.
Yeah, because the right wing is notorious for their support of Palestine.
Well, I mean, if you're on the Candace Owens right, it is.
Yeah, I
don't
really
you see that idiot now? She's like, I never said the Jews did it.
It's all she ever does is say the Jews did it. I mean, somebody could have tripped over a stick in the woods and she'd be like, it was the Jews.
Well, there's a video of her where she doesn't say the Jews did it, Jack. She's just talking about how it happened right after Charlie Kirk was called to a meeting where he had a re-education and Benjamin Netanyahu told him to watch his shit. But she's not saying the Jews were involved. She brought all that up for color commentary.
Yes, filler text.
Keldrick, thank you. Most radical left-wing lunatics grew up in white Christian conservative households. Hating mom and dad is part of their personality. Yeah, and we're kind of seeing the opposite happening with a lot of Zoomers right now, where they grew up in left-wing households and they're abandoned. It's I don't want to say normal teenage thing, but because like I grew up in a fairly left-wing family, Jack.
Yeah.
And my older brother was fairly left-wing. I'm fairly right-wing, and my little brother is mostly apolitical. It is kind of normal for you to reject your parents and stuff. Like my one cousin, oh, God bless her. She was raised very strict. And as soon as she turned 18, I mean, she was raised so strict, she wasn't allowed to cut her hair.
What?
Yeah. Soon as she turns 18, she gets the shortest haircut and spikes it and dyes black and gets a tattoo.
Oh, wait, did she say fair is fair?
It's normal.
Because somebody overcharged her for a scooter?
I don't know why. But it is normal for kids to reject their upbringing, especially when you're talking about the modern equivalent, where like, if you even ever said the word trans, your Christian parents will throw you out of the house. And we're seeing that on the rise, and kids being radicalized by their teachers and shit. Like, we have to help these kids because they're going to get murdered in their homes for being a little different. I mean, you can't point to the way they were brought up and be like, that's what caused this. Because they clearly could never have rejected what their parents said.
What?
He was brought up in a white Christian household. Therefore, for the rest of his life, he's going to have white Christian values. Ish. Oh, hang on. Jack, I need to step away for just a minute.
Okay. The Amazing Atheist is a really good example of somebody who completely rebelled against their religion. It's like people, when they reach adulthood, can, I don't know, like change their minds about stuff. It's really weird. It seems illogical that as people get older and are exposed to different ideas, or just rebellion in general, that they might change their perception on things based on like what their friend group is and what kind of propaganda they're hearing. It's a crazy notion, I know, but here I am thinking that out loud. My parents were Democrats, but would be considered super right now. Yeah, sadly, the Overton window has shifted greatly. Does the guy in the middle ever talk? Not really. He's still kind of dealing with his emotions. You talked about second from the left there, I assume. Dude in the direct center talked earlier. But yeah, Posobiec does talk a little bit later on, I believe. Me thinking about the case where the kid murdered their parents for taking away their cell phone because they felt it was toxic. Yeah, that's why you don't give kids cell phones. They might kill you over it. My kids would never be allowed to have a cell phone until they were like graduating high school. But I'm an asshole, so my house would look very Amish for my children. All the technology would be locked away.
Sorry about that. I heard Phoebe getting into some shit.
Oh, no worries. Real fast. Thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist donation. See, I'm an odd one. When I hit my rebellious years and into my adult years, I went farther to the right than my parents were. They were just stock standard center right. Yeah, same with me. My parents were pretty much just normal conservatives. Didn't really get very political or anything. And I'm way more right-wing than they ever were.
I have a great example for this. Because Destiny's making it sound like it's going to take a shit ton of time and effort to change somebody, to radicalize them. Do you remember what changed Hunter Avallone from the conservative that he used to be into the shitbag he is now?
Pussy.
No.
Oh.
It was a short conversation with Vaush. That's all it took.
He probably saw donations coming in and was like, I need some of that.
He had a short conversation with Vaush about trans issues and suddenly changed his entire worldview. But hey, 3 years after he left high school, there's no way this guy could have gotten radicalized.
That's crazy talk, Monkey. How could that happen?
Thank you, Dangerous. Why can't you condemn the violence? Because it's not my side that caused it. So violence is bad when the right does it, but you won't condemn the violence because the right did it. Huh. Yeah, that's actually a good point.
Yeah.
He can't condemn the violence because it's the other side who did it. Shouldn't that be when you're condemning it the most?
One would think, but here we are.
Yeah, just love this rhetoric. Anyway.
I'll give you one last chance, Destiny, to condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk.
You are acting like a non-human.
Why can't I hear Donald Trump condemn violence in this
all
country?
right, you won't condemn it. Okay, we've all heard.
That's insane.
We've all heard you repeatedly refuse to condemn it.
We've heard Donald Trump refuse to condemn it too.
You have not once heard Donald Trump refuse to condemn it. In fact, he pretty blatantly did condemn it.
Yeah. Also, by the way, for those that don't know, Unhuman is the name of Posobic's book on the commies.
Which are unhuman.
Yeah.
See, Destiny just changed his rhetoric, because it used to be that you need to condemn the rhetoric that's going on, the increased temperature that's going on. But he just accidentally said Trump didn't condemn this murder, which he absolutely did.
Yeah. So Charlie Kirk was his friend.
So if what it takes is Trump to condemn it, he did condemn it. Why don't nobody asked you about turning down the rhetoric? If you said you're not going to condemn turning down the rhetoric because Trump won't condemn turning down the rhetoric, fine. You're wrong, but fine. He mixed up his message. Yeah, and this is what happens when you're just being a shitbag because you know you can emotionally manipulate people and you don't actually have any deep thought behind it, and you're trying to justify it.
To be fair, he's a disingenuous shitbag.
True.
So I think it's important to point that out.
This is one of the reasons you don't want to argue with me, is because I will look for little things like that where you fuck up. Because all he's really trying to do is push this and blame Trump for what happened. And he doesn't have a reason for that other than his side looks bad right now. Yeah. And he's got to win.
Yeah, for him, it's about winning. It's not about what's moral or what's right or even what is prudent in the situation. It's just about winning.
Yep. And so he's out there trying to pwn the other side. And in doing so, he's got no actual convictions. And so he ends up making an ass of himself as he tries to justify it.
Yeah, because he's an evil little gnome man.
Yeah, what he should just say is, I'm being an asshole to be an asshole, because that's the truth. And to keep people from talking about the child porn that's on his computer.
Yeah, well, there's that too.
And backed up somewhere.
Yeah.
I wonder if he backed it up to the cloud.
That would be another serious crime.
That's a federal offense on top of 2 other federal offenses.
Yeah. My guess is he has multiple backups for when he gets raided. He has a souvenir copy. Because he seems like the kind of guy that would do some sick shit like that. And I'm guessing if it were me just investigating him, I would assume he has more than just 1 or 2 videos from one person.
In fairness to him, I have no reason to believe he didn't think she was of age. He knows now and has kept it and made backups of it.
Yeah, and that's the problem. And if he's that lax that at least one person did that, you got to start wondering if there are others. Because he is not apparently very good at doing checks on the look. When you're famous, especially with the as much of a sex pest as he seems to be, like sex obsessed, you need to start being a little more careful and selective in doing your background checks and doing your due diligence, because somebody will catch you or set you up for trouble.
Destiny, serious question. Were you touched as a child inappropriately? I was not. I have no problem saying that. But then I don't have the weird sexual proclivities you seem to have.
Right.
For some reason, the leftists on YouTube are a bigger deal. Unbelievable.
Yeah. What's incredible is you don't have the basic humanity to condemn it. You'd rather taunt his widow. I find that sickening. Jack Posobiec.
I find it sickening that when people are getting killed in the country, the president of the United States on Fox and Friends, when they're begging him, what do you say to your followers that want revenge? He says, I don't know. All the elections are rigged. It's the radical Democrats. That's insane to me. And then the fixation is, well, who on Twitter and YouTube isn't condemning the violence?
All right, Jack Posobiec.
It's not just not condemning the violence. You're openly mocking his widow.
Yeah. Not condemning the violence is bad enough, but mocking the widow, that's sick, man. That is deranged.
That's some gross shit.
You have a great example here of the type of cancer I'm talking about, where when you present direct information, they refuse, they obfuscate, they refute, they say it's not true. They
don't say that word just because you can. I don't know why that word gives me such trouble.
I don't know either, dude.
Obfuscate.
We all got a word or two that does that to us. Don't feel bad.
Lie. You could see from the bullet casings, you could see from postings, you could see from everything out there that it's very clear what happened here. This is the same people who supported President Trump almost getting assassinated twice last year. Corey Capatore being assassinated.
By conservative.
Don't forget. I'm sorry. Did he just say the shooter was a conservative at Trump?
Yeah.
Don't forget, Destiny danced on the grave of the guy who got murdered at the Trump rally where Trump was shot in the ear.
Yep.
Because he knows. See, this is why I say he knows human emotion, Jack. He is well aware of it because he knows how to inflame, and you don't do that accidentally as often as he does. That's not.
I
not
think
an
he
accident.
understands human emotion. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he. I do believe he understands human emotion, so he can manipulate it. I just don't think he has any human emotions.
I'm not willing to give him that out. I'll just leave it at that. I think yeah. And look, either one of us can be right. If you could prove to me the man's a sociopath, I wouldn't be shocked. But he is a manipulator, and I'm not giving him that out.
Here in a situation. Again, see, just lies. That's all they do. They talk over. They don't even let you give a chance to speak. And something needs to be done, Piers. Something absolutely needs to be done. This ideology should be shamed, humiliated, driven from the public discourse. I mean, you've got people who have completely dissociated with humanity because all they care about are clicks and YouTube streams and likes. Go to the casket. Go to the gravesite. Go talk to the widow. I don't even know how to discuss this with someone who's completely lost all touch with reality.
Yeah, I mean, Anna.
What's Jack's answer to why can't the president say we should all be less violent?
Right. I don't think you're in the position to demand anything from anybody
on YouTube. That's how I'm going to take my.
You're not in any.
He's so dirty.
Yep.
So dirty. All right.
Really? To condemn anybody for anything. You won't condemn a cold-blooded murder.
He's the president of the United States.
No,
he's the president of the United States.
No. He's saying you're not in a position to do it because you're not willing to even do it yourself. You're condemning it as contingent on somebody else doing it. You literally have no principles about it. You don't care about the violence. You just care about getting Trump to cow to what you want him to say. It's literally just about winning.
Yep, that's all it is with him.
Here, can I answer that question?
Basic humanity says the murder was horrific.
Can't say
why can't you say
it? Need to be less violent.
Why can't you say it, Destiny?
For over a decade.
To say the murder was horrific.
Okay, I can't take any more of this. The Democrats have been doing this for over a decade. Get fucked. Get fucked. How many different people have we seen encourage violence from the left?
So many. I honestly couldn't even count. It's been that high of a number.
The number of people who said look, I'm not going to pretend I've never advocated violence. I absolutely have. I think it's warranted in the cases where I have.
Yeah, there's a time and a place for it. And
when
you've never advocated for violence against a good person who's done nothing wrong.
My advocation of violence has been like the rioters who are getting away with shit. And you and I actually had a disagreement over this because I embraced some vigilante justice where you were like, it's never right to do that. And I see your point, but I still stand by mine when the police weren't willing to do anything, So there's a huge difference from that discussion we had and refusing to condemn the murder of somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
Charlie Kirk was talking to somebody. He was leaned back in a chair with his water bottle. You're like, this son of a bitch. Trump won't say it.
He was spewing words that injure people.
Yes.
Because words are violence. So every time he talked, he was cutting everybody in that region, everybody within earshot. He was injuring them.
I've been told that my belief that boys shouldn't be beating up girls in sports is me literally erasing that person's from existence.
Yeah, Monkey, you gotta stop erasing people.
At that point, it is self-defense. This is the shit they don't care. They use this violent rhetoric, and then when it's pointed out to them, they're like, but Donald Trump won't say things. Who cares? There's tons of shit liberals won't say, Jack, that I will. I don't need them to say it first. I'm just always reminded. I wish I could remember the exact thing. I want to say it was over the stock trading, which will really blow your mind. But many, many years ago, Nancy Pelosi was asked if she would do something. I forget what it was. And her response was, well, if the Republicans do it first. So you can't let your morality be based on what other people do. I will only be a good person if you're a good person. Means you're just a bad person. Period. I'm not the one who turned you into a shitbag. You made that decision on your own. Trump didn't turn Destiny into a shitbag. He's just a shitbag. Can't be good on your own. Yeah. It's amazing. The thought process going on here. Anything else you want to say about this one, Jack?
No, I think Destiny's a disgusting human being, or whatever passes for one these days. I think the feds should be investigating Willie Mack's complaint.
Oh, absolutely. Did I step on you or did I get cut off?
Nope, that's it.
Oh, okay.
That's all I had was he's a piece of shit, and I hate him as a person. I think he's a vile, evil person.
Yeah. He looked like he was trying to redeem himself there for a while, but then the second Trump campaign comes around and he just goes full on mask off, and
he cannot resist.
Nope. Well, he wasn't getting enough attention.
Yeah, well, he's an attention whore, so.
Yeah, I fucking hate these people. You're just gross, man. No, don't care about that. Don't care about that. Oh, I don't know this guy. His name's Ringo Trizari. I was just introduced to him recently. He's a flamboyantly gay conservative, Jack.
I believe you said Ringo wrong, though.
Oh, Ringo. There's no N in it. I read it wrong. I said it way wronger than you thought I was.
Oh, I was just trying to make a Tombstone reference.
Rigo. He said, if you were offended by the word Transtifa, my apologies. Here's an alternative. The Ku Klux Trans.
Trantifa is really funny, but Ku Klux Trans is pretty good too.
That's actually really good. I love that. And not entirely wrong. Oh, that's more Borderlands stuff. Man, so much of my timeline is Borderlands related right now.
Well, I mean, it's been a big topic for you. It's been a crazy week, man.
It has.
This past week has been insane. Starting with the Charlie Kirk thing, and even the shooting at the school that happened around the same time, which we really haven't had a chance to cover. And the police getting shot today. Did you hear about that?
I did not.
3 officers got killed in York County, Pennsylvania. Some guy shot 5 officers. I think 3 are dead and 2 are critical. And then he took his own life. I haven't seen a motive yet. I don't think they have one.
I know we're not supposed to say this kind of stuff, but if you're going to go out there and kill people and kill yourself, just start with you.
Yeah, number one first, right?
Yeah, be a good person and put yourself first if you're going to do that.
Yeah,
I'm not saying you should kill yourself, but don't kill other people. Just start with you if that's your plan.
Yeah, murder's bad. Okay.
Yeah. I wanted to point out this Dean Withers tweet because it made me laugh because he's such an idiot. He's tweeting or retweeting some. Well, he didn't even have the balls to retweet. He took a screenshot of Nancy Mace saying, we truly believe if Tyler Robinson had ever sat down across from Charlie, the great debater, the man of faith and grace he was, Tyler wouldn't have pulled the trigger. We know Charlie would want us to pray for such an evil and lost individual like Tyler Robinson to find Jesus Christ. We will try to do the same. And Dean says this. Yesterday, she was saying the blood's on the Democrats' hands and the killer needs to be sentenced to death. Why the sudden shift of tone?
That's not a shift in tone. You can find Jesus in prison. Lots of people do.
Yeah, you can find it on death row. Many people. There's no atheists in a foxhole, as they say.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that come to terms with the horror they've wrought in jail. Some honestly, some dishonestly. But a lot of people do find God in jail. So sometimes you have to reach your low point.
I would also say that she's talking about two different things. In the first case, she's talking about who caused it and this murderer and what he did and what he deserves. And in the other case, she's waxing philosophical about internal turmoil because you want to hate this guy, and she's like, Charlie wouldn't want that. They're two different discussions with two different emotions.
Yes, and one of the things that's very important to remember is that Christianity is about forgiveness and redemption. Yep. That doesn't mean there aren't consequences. That just means you can still find your way to God, but you still have earthly consequences.
Yep.
And you may have spiritual consequences too, but you can still be redeemed. I think a lot of people that aren't religious have a difficult time grasping that concept. And people like Dean are just genuine shitbags anyway. So there's that too.
Jariah, have a good night, my friend. Charlie was a better man than me. Yeah, me too, because I couldn't find grace for somebody like this.
Yeah, Charlie was a lot more forgiving, probably because he was a super Jesus guy.
Yep.
And that's fine. We need people like that to kind of ground some of us.
Yep.
But I'm more of a God forgives, man kills kind of guy. So
God forgives, I don't.
Yeah, that is for the Lord. Now, soldiers, load your rifles.
I know the Lord's Prayer says, help me forgive those who trespassed against me. I'm not religious, and so that doesn't apply to me. I got a lot of outs on that shit, Jack.
Right. Also, I think it's more like asking God to forgive them, not necessarily you. So yeah, a lot of people are very forgiving. I'm not.
Me neither. Nope.
So those people that are like, "Oh, you killed my son, but I forgive you." I'm not that person. I will wish nothing but harm upon you if you fucked with one of my family members or kids.
Yep.
So yeah, that's a more divinely inspired person than I am.
Oh God, the audio on this next part is kind of low, and let me make sure I can't turn it up any higher. Nope, it's as high as it'll go. So I apologize, guys, but this has to be seen.
Oh dear God, why is the fat man on the screen?
Have you seen this clip?
Yeah, I saw most of the hearing. Look, I don't like Patel that much, but he had some great comebacks at this thing.
Yeah, he's been lighting up the hill with the two different appearances he's had recently because...
Yeah, did you see him talking to Swalwell?
No.
Oh, he was a total asshole to Swalwell.
Other than the clip that you sent me, which seems to be part of his opening statement, and then this clip here, I did not see him in this hearing.
It might be worth covering part of it, or you get a chance to watch it. Please do so, because look, like I said, I have a lot of problems with Patel, especially around the Epstein thing. But he has done some really good things and ended a lot of bad programs. But he handled himself pretty well here. He was very combative in a very funny way.
In this clip, just so people are aware, Patel doesn't speak at all. We're just watching what Nadler says. Does Patel have a fake nose on? Thank you, Adebisi. No, that's just how the guy looks.
Yeah, he's just got kind of a, like his nose kind of sticks out a little bit. So that when light hits it at weird angles, it does look like he has like one of those pairs of glasses with the Groucho nose on.
I saw somebody suggesting that that he was high because his eyes are so open wide. He always looks like that.
Yeah, he has googly eyes. I had a buddy like that. He just had googly eyes all the time. Always looked like he was surprised by something.
Kash Patel looks like the kind of guy who should be wearing dark sunglasses so he looks cool, and he takes them off and you're like, oh my God.
Right?
But anyway, it's going to be quiet, guys. So I'm going to be real quiet. It's only 8 seconds. I think I can get through it. Here we go.
Politicizing the murder of Charlie King to go after free speech is not a legacy I believe Charlie King would have wanted. Moving on, I want to politicizing the murder of Charlie King to go after free speech is not a legacy I believe Charlie King would have wanted.
He said the man's name wrong twice from a statement he's clearly reading. That's how much he cares about what Charlie Kirk would have wanted. He read it. Okay, I don't know if it was spelled that way, but it was gotten wrong twice. I don't know who Charlie King is. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but we're talking about the death of Charlie Kirk. Fuck nut. Who are you to tell me what Charlie would have wanted when you can't even get his fucking name right while you're reading it? Martin Luther Kirk, yes.
Yeah, see, you don't understand, Monkey. Charlie King is an old friend of Lincoln Riley.
Oh my God. Didn't Charlie King have like a TV show once? Wasn't there a guy named Charlie King?
That was Larry King.
No, I know who Larry King is. I swear there was somebody who had like a small talk show named Charlie King.
I don't know. Let's see. There's a singer-songwriter named Charlie King.
Not familiar with that.
Well, he's a folk singer, so he's not a real person.
Not a real singer.
Yeah, that's might as well be slam poetry.
Anyway.
Yeah, I have no idea who he's talking about. There's a football player.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Oh.
I do watch football.
Yeah.
Larry Rose. Yes, it's fuck, you just threw off my thinking. Oh, if you're going to go through the trouble of writing a statement where you're going to tell me that it's wrong to politicize somebody's death because that person wouldn't want it, could you at least get the name right?
You would think so. Yet here we are.
No, that's Charlie Rose. I know who Charlie Rose is. I've talked about him before.
Yeah, we've talked about Charlie Rose several times.
But yeah, anyway, Rodney King. Yeah, maybe he was thinking of Rodney King. He was like, what, can't we all just get along? You're reading it. Doesn't that make it more insulting that you got it wrong?
You would think.
Now there's going to be people in my chat going, wait, you read my name wrong. I know. But in fairness to me, I only glance. And we have video evidence that Charlie would want his death politicized. Yeah, look, there's a couple.
And he's gone. It's not even 5 a.m. yet. What the hell's going on with Starlink?
My internet is being a cocksucker.
Yeah, it's not even 5 a.m. What the hell?
I don't know what's going on with it tonight. It's very touchy. Anyway, there's a few things that are true about Charlie Kirk's death that I think we should mention.
Can we get this fat ass off the screen?
Oh, sure, yeah. Let's get our kitty
I don't
cat
like
back.
looking at troglodytes.
We can get the kitty cat back up there. Much better. And
There we go.
Now it looks like the cat is judging me for having Nadler on the screen, which is fair.
Yeah, I mean that's not unreasonable. Sorry.
So, if this had been somebody else's death, I think Charlie would have politicized it. I have no doubt he would have, especially if all other things were true, because it was a politically motivated murder.
Yeah, it's inherently political because it was politically motivated.
Charlie would have still been in favor of the Second Amendment, even if he knew he was getting killed, because he was in favor of the Second Amendment, not the Second Amendment, as long as I'm not subject to the inherent danger that comes from that.
Yeah, look, as John Bryan always says, freedom is scary.
Freedom is scary as hell. And people, I've had one of the first rants I ever went on this show was talking about freedom being unsafe, because it is.
Yeah.
That's what freedom means.
Life is not safe. Life is not fair. Security is an illusion. The sooner you accept that, the happier you're going to be, because you understand that there are inherent risks in just being alive. An airplane could drop an engine on your house. You don't know. Look, life is risky, especially if you're a public figure doing something unpopular. Charlie understood those risks.
If you're really concerned about safety, what you really should do is just move to North Korea.
Yeah, it's a very safe police state unless you piss off the locals.
You just keep your fucking mouth shut and your head down, and you're most likely going to be okay, unless somebody decides they don't like you and turns you in for shit you didn't say and they kill you.
Yeah, well, they'd put you in a camp where you could be a laborer for 3 generations. But yeah, you just smile at the right times and cry at the right times and play along, and you'll get by pretty well. A lot of people did that throughout many, many regimes over the centuries.
The point being that freedom it's got dangers with it. The only way to minimize the danger that way is to go into your full police state, which isn't as fun as it might sound like. Thank you, FL. The greatest problem with these internet debate bros is they are all just overgrown teenagers. They aren't men. They aren't adults. They are man children. Well, in fairness, that's been said accurately about me. It just, some people either never learn, or in the case of Destiny, know, and that's why they do it, where lines should be drawn, where polite society is going to start looking at you crossways. They never learn civility because all they care about is the reaction that they get. All men are man children, all of them. They'll all laugh at a fart in the right context.
Yeah, but there's a time and a place for that sort of thing.
Go ahead, keep going. I'm sorry, bud.
No, I just think that some people don't know the difference, and they're the manlets like Destiny. They don't care about what's appropriate for the time and place. But they're incapable of any self-restraint.
What Destiny's doing, he's doing because he knows it's inappropriate at the time. That's the point of it.
Yeah, but he's an evil little gnome. So
the whole point of what he's doing is to get the reaction. It's not because he knows he shouldn't, or that he doesn't know he shouldn't. It's because he knows he shouldn't.
Honestly, I think that's a really dangerous game to play right now.
What do you mean?
He's trying to inflame people. And there's a lot of people very upset right now and are looking for an outlet. he's painting a target on his back. And I don't know if he realizes that or not, but I mean, there's plenty of really angry kooks out there right now. I don't know if I would have been bad-mouthing the grieving widow at this particular time, you know?
Yeah. And
I'm just saying, there's a lot of people looking for revenge, and he's playing to a dangerous crowd right there.
He's the beneficiary of a time where we have become even more civilized, because if he pulled this shit 100 years ago, they'd have strung him up.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that means somebody needs to string him up, because I think a lot of our civility advances have been good, Jack.
Oh, absolutely.
But with that, I mean, we've become so permissive of just the shittiest behavior. I mean, again, they've gone to Hasan in the mainstream media to ask about the death of Kirk. What world does that happen in?
I don't know.
The problem isn't that they're man children, it's that they're celebrated for their man childness.
It's reinforced by society
in major ways.
Very unhealthy way.
I mean, Mamdani was happy to be seen with Hasan after he said that a senator should be murdered. What message does that send to the people who are watching? This man's about to become the mayor of New York.
Yeah, and he said some pretty vile things.
So. At least Obama had the good sense to be like, Ackman, who? What? Weather Underground? What are you talking about?
Farrakhan, what?
I'm unfamiliar with the words you're using, sir.
I don't really go to that church.
And in these days, the stuff that happened that they would at least try to hide is happening out in the open. We used to have decorum, Jack.
Oh, that's a long dead thing, like chivalry and not crazy feminists.
I think decorum can go overboard, like eating with the right fork. You're like, come on, get fucked.
Salad fork heathens.
I will only eat with my salad fork.
I will only eat with a comb.
There you go.
Like Klobuchar.
But when we're getting to the point of, hey, you shouldn't mock a widow literally days after her husband has been murdered in front of her, I feel like that's a good social rule.
Yeah, you may have crossed the Rubicon a little too far on that one, you know?
Yeah.
There's a time and a place sometimes, and mocking widows and orphans, I don't know, man. For me, that might be a red line. Like, it's like walking up to Bruce Wayne and being like, "How's your parents?" the day before the kid's parents' funeral. You know, that there's some things that are just uncalled for, and you're breaching a social norm on such a visceral level that you're going to enrage people. And somebody like Destiny really pushes that line. But again, maybe that's what he wants. I don't know.
I do think part of him does, and I think Hasan is the same way, because look at Hasan's literal immediate reaction, like, this could have happened to me.
Yeah, well,
I think there's part of them. Sorry, I think there's part of them that wants its main character syndrome.
Yeah, there is that for sure. There's a level of ego and narcissism.
When you and I say we've said much worse shit, so if Charlie deserved to be killed, we do. We're not suggesting anybody's going to do that. Nobody's heard of us. And my stalkers are way too lazy for something like that.
And they're pretty dumb, too.
Yeah.
They're sometimes drunk.
These two idiots are like, look how much people are saying he's a good man. If I were shot, they'd finally figure out that I was right all along.
It's like a Drastia. When I'm dead, they'll talk. They'll see these videos and they'll know.
It's literally that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Michael. You're still live? You weren't kidding. No, I got nothing to do today, and I got to stay up for quite a while.
And I have chronic insomnia.
When I'm done here, I'm probably going to... Is Jim still around? I saw Jim Healis earlier. You still around, man? I'm replaying through 2 Point Hospital, and it's got a social feature to it where it compares your achievements at the time to other people. And for some reason, my game keeps telling me that I suck more than Jim.
Well, Jim's just better at the game, obviously.
It's like at this point in the game, Jim had this much going on for him. You don't.
You suck. Jim's a better player than you.
I don't know why it keeps doing that, but yeah. Yeah, so when I'm done here, I'll probably play a video game until the Lady Monkey wakes up and we get on with our day. It's one of my days. So trash is picked up on Fridays. So Thursday, we look at how full the dumpster is, and then we go clean out a bunch of shit from the garage until the dumpster's full, and then we just wait till next Thursday to do more. And it's Thursday now. So I got to do that today. And we've cleaned out so much of it that we're ready to start moving things where they actually go.
Oh,
that's and crazy. So we have not been able to park our van in the garage for well over a decade. And Lady Monkey really wants to be able to park the van in the garage for the winter. And so I'm trying to make that happen for her. So we're cleaning out all the junk that we've stored, mostly for other people. And getting it reorganized so she can actually fit the van. It's a 2-car garage. We can't put a car in.
Hey man, my parents had a 4-car garage that we're still cleaning out.
Oh,
yeah, I think there was a car in there 3 or 4 times over the years.
Yeah, we've been storing stuff for people, and we don't really do much with it, so it just kind of has sat there for decades.
Yeah, and then you forget what's in there, and you're like, it becomes a monumental task after a while.
There are literally 2 tubs out there that I still haven't opened that I have no idea what's in them.
Yeah, I have dealt with probably 100 of those boxes where I've moved stuff around. Like I emptied the garage pretty well one time because I wanted to work on my car. Mm-hmm. So I moved enough stuff to get a car and a half in there. It was filled up within 2 weeks. So my parents were not hoarders, but they were playing the shell game, as my brother called it. Where they like, well, this is taking up space over here, so we'll move it over there. We don't want to actually get rid of it. We'll just move it over there and then fill up that space. Oh, we need to free up some space there. We'll move it back over to the other place.
We have a lot of toys for the girls, and there's plenty of room for them if I get rid of all that shit. If somebody left boxes in my garage for a decade, I'm assuming they don't want them.
They get 90 days, dude, and then it's gone. If that's legally speaking, if it were me, they got 3 days. You can leave it in my garage for 3 days. Then it's gone. It's going to be in the trash.
My garage was so full that we could only, in the wintertime, when we stick all the summer stuff in there, you could only walk basically right against the big door.
Yeah.
To get to things that you needed, like snow shovels and shit. And now we could park a car in there today. I just want to get stuff moved around first, but
yeah, that's understandable.
It's time cats took over. People had enough chances. Fair enough. All right, I think we're gonna wrap up here. We're at we're over the 4-hour mark. Guys, thanks for coming and hanging out with us tonight. I appreciate it. Thanks for helping me keep myself entertained while I'm just whittling away the hours.
Indeed.
I'd like to say I'm going to get some sleep, but I haven't been up long enough to get any sleep. Damn it. Tomorrow's show will probably be in the early AMs, Jack, because I'm going to just stay awake today, which means I'll probably go to bed around 6 or 7.
In the morning?
PM.
Oh, PM.
Yeah.
So wait, are you saying in a few hours we're going to do another show?
No, I mean tomorrow's show.
Oh,
so yeah, the next show will be in the early AM of what is technically Friday.
It's Friday.
Yeah.
Nice.
But anyway, guys, thank you for the donations. You guys are amazing. Really do appreciate it. Jack, anything you want to show?
Yeah, I'll drop some links. As always, thank you guys so much for the tips and all the support you give us. You're beautiful people. Never forget that. And we appreciate you coming over night after night and watching our shenanigans.
Don't forget to check out Let Him Cook, Satsu's channel, and check him out on Twitter on 2 Cents Plus. He really has been on a tear lately. It's been funny. Jack, a pleasure as always, my friend.
Always glad to be here.
Guys, we love you. Take care of yourselves. We'll see you on the next one.
Bye, everybody.
Destiny is a little shitbag with child porn.